Verificación de quórum, por favor.
We'd like to check if there's quorum, please.
Quórum. ¿Falta algún ministro? No, Guyana es virtual. Guyana es virtual.
Hello, hello. Can you guys hear me? Test, test, 1, 2.
Díganle, pues. O sea, ¿él no tiene palabra?
No tiene. Usted dile tú.
Pero acaso no revisan la agenda antes con él, ¿no?
A ella, porque yo traté de hacerle, me dijeron no, que está a cargo de ellas. Hacia la derecha. Sí, por favor.
Saulo, ¿te puedes correr un poquito para acá? Para que... ¿Y estamos todos?
Menos mal que no ha sido mi evento que ha retrasado el inicio.
Perdón. Estaba con el micrófono. Verificación de quórum, por favor.
We'd like to check if we have quorum.
Test, test, test. Okay, it's working. I show it right now. Yeah, make work.
Muy buenos días. Invito a las
Good morning.
delegaciones a tomar asiento.
I would like to ask the delegation to take their seats so that we can start the regional conference.
En cabina, transmisión por Zoom y YouTube, ¿ok?
Is everything okay with the Zoom and interpreting?
Muy buenos días, señores delegados.
Good
La
morning,
interpretación está
delegates.
disponible en
Interpreting
inglés,
is available in
español, francés y
English,
portugués.
Spanish, French, and
Los dispositivos de
Portuguese.
transmisión entregados
And the
en la sala.
the receivers can be found in the room at the front of the room and on
Interpretations
Zoom
available in Spanish,
for
English,
those listening
French, and
online.
Portuguese on the transmission devices delivered at the entrance to the plenary room, and also on Zoom for virtual participants. Para aquellos que participan de manera virtual, me permito
Those who are online, I would like to remind you that when you have the floor, please turn on your camera, turn on your microphones, and speak slowly. We recommend using an outside microphone and not the microphone in your computer. And please mute your microphone when you're not talking.
Si
If you will be reading a statement, please send it over to FAO-interpretation@fao.org. The interpreters will treat the document with confidentiality. Audio may face difficulties throughout the day, and it may be difficult for the interpreters to follow. Interpreters will announce on the microphone if they have difficulty with the incoming audio, and it will resume. And interpreting will resume as soon as the audio quality returns.
Solicito por favor que se transmita el video inaugural de la conferencia regional.
Please share the inaugural video.
Corre video.
Bienvenidas y bienvenidos a la 39ª Conferencia Regional de la FAO para América Latina y el Caribe. Brasilia es el escenario de este encuentro regional. Una ciudad concebida como símbolo de integración y modernidad, reconocida por su arquitectura, su historia y su vocación de diálogo. En esta conferencia se reflejarán tanto los desafíos como el potencial de la región para avanzar hacia la transformación de los sistemas agroalimentarios y un desarrollo sostenible que equilibre las dimensiones económica, social y ambiental. Según las últimas estimaciones de la FAO, América Latina y el Caribe ha registrado avances importantes en la reducción del hambre y la inseguridad alimentaria. Estos progresos demuestran que la acción coordinada funciona. Sin embargo, aún queda trabajo por realizar. Hoy, más de 33 millones de personas en la región aún sufren hambre. Son 33 millones de historias humanas. 33 millones de razones para acelerar la acción. Durante esta conferencia regional, representantes de los países miembros dialogarán para impulsar soluciones regionales y reforzar la acción colectiva para lograr una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una vida mejor sin dejar a nadie atrás. Con responsabilidad compartida y visión de largo plazo, esta conferencia regional marca un nuevo paso en el fortalecimiento de sistemas agroalimentarios más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles en beneficio de las personas, los territorios y las generaciones futuras. La región mira a quienes estamos aquí. Este es el momento. Este es el lugar. Y ustedes son protagonistas de la transformación de los sistemas agroalimentarios. Acompáñennos.
Muy buenos días.
Good morning to the delegates of the member countries, official observers, and spokespersons for the NGOs present. Before we continue, I would like to give the floor to the Secretary, who has a few announcements. Thank you, Mr. Chair. At 10:30, you are invited to take part in the Transformative Solutions Pavilion in the room next door, making connections and making family agriculture more resilient. This is the challenges facing coffee producers in the region, including financing, opportunities to drive more resilient value chains that are more inclusive and sustainable. There will be representatives from the Ministry of Agrarian Development, Brazil, and from Colombia, Guatemala, and El Salvador, and Máximo Torero, Chief Máximo Torero. The government of Brazil is also organizing a field visit for the delegations tomorrow afternoon. There are 3 options. Any information for this activity can be found on the regional conference's website. This was also distributed via email with a link for sign-up. Specific logistics will be sent out separately. Today we are at item 4. The order of the day agenda is sent out every single day. It can be found online on the regional conference's website.
registrados tienen acceso.
And only registered participants have access to this agenda. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Regarding the field visits tomorrow, we would like to close sign-ups by the end of the day today. So sign-ups can only happen to the end of the day today. Please choose one of the routes, and if you haven't done so, please choose as soon as you possibly can, because we need to organize these specific visits. We need to know how many people we will have on each tour. The agenda is on screen. I would like the delegates to, if they have any comments to make, please make them. And if there are no objections, then we will agree to the agenda. Approved. At the end of the day today, there is a regional launch of the Women Farmers Program. And we have moved this for this regional launch of the International Year of the Women Farmer to the end of the day for logistics purposes. Thank you. Moving on, we will now address item 21, which is a ministerial roundtable entitled Closing Productivity Gaps in Latin America and the Caribbean, Pathways for Efficient, Inclusive, Sustainable, and Resilient Agricultural Growth Through Science and Innovation. This topic is supported with the document entitled LARC/26/INF14. Latin America and the Caribbean has faced a lot of current concerns following expensive growth in the 2000s, and productivity dropped for the first time in 6 decades. Expansion of production and more agriculture, and the use of raw materials instead of efficiency gains. This pattern is no longer sustainable, and it degrades resilience in the sector and competition. This deacceleration and deeper structural problems like hunger, poverty, and vulnerability have been acute in recent years. Environmental concerns are not isolated, and they are mutually reinforced and require integrated responses. This session, we would like to invite ministers to share their experiences and build a shared regional vision to address agricultural changes for agriculture that is more sustainable, resilient, and sustainable moving forward. I will now introduce all of the ministers. Mr. Carlos Espeland, Chief Scientist of the FAO, will introduce the topic. Subsequently, Ms. Maya Takaya, Head of the FAO Regional Program, will present the document. Mr. Espilen, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, and distinguished ministers, partners, colleagues, and dear friends. It is a great honor to be here with you today as the Chief Scientist of the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations. As a professor and a scientist, I have a deep respect for Latin America and the Caribbean, for its scientific excellence, for the knowledge held in its territories and its communities, and for the extraordinary creativity and resilience of its peoples. This region has a powerful and proud tradition of science and innovation, spanning the advances of Nobel Prize winners to the local innovations of farmers and indigenous peoples. As one of those Nobel laureates, Mario Molino from Mexico, reminded us, the challenges we face are not only scientific, they are also social, economic, and political. This point was forcefully made by President Lula yesterday. The good news is that we have the science, technology, and innovation knowledge and the capabilities to realize the impacts that we all seek. This ministerial roundtable underscores the vital role of science and innovation in closing productivity gaps and for advancing agri-food systems that are efficient, inclusive, sustainable, and resilient across this region. To set the scene, I will provide some reflections on the critical importance of closing productivity gaps in the region and how FAO's science and innovation strategy and activities support this goal through transformative partnerships. Science provides the basis to both measure and to close the agricultural productivity gaps that exist for our crops, for our livestock, fisheries, and forestry across the region. How we measure productivity is shifting and broadening from producing more per hectare to producing more with fewer inputs and broader outcomes beyond only yields. We also need to consider outcomes such as nutrition, sustainability, and livelihoods. In our effort to grow more with less, on the consumption side, we have to consider the cost of a healthy diet for all, where this region currently has the highest cost of a healthy diet of all world regions, with the associated challenge of a growing triple burden of malnutrition. If we look at climate change and sustainability, our science and innovation efforts to close agricultural productivity gaps are also being challenged by climate change, where agricultural productivity growth must now deliver resource use efficiencies, reduced environmental footprints, and climate resilience. If we speak to social inclusion, behind every average lies a distribution of winners and losers. In our national science and innovation systems, it's critical that we do not lose sight of social and economic outcomes. A key challenge for the region is how to revive productivity growth while ensuring that it is socially inclusive. Essentially, how do we link efficiency with equity outcomes? Closing agricultural productivity gaps requires sustained and stable investment in science, innovation, and long-term partnerships that coherently lever the entire innovation system. Science, research, and innovation scaling must occur in an enabling financial and policy environment. There is much to be gained through regional cooperation between the states and the region. The outcomes we need from closing agricultural productivity are not guaranteed. Strategies are necessary to turn our activities into impacts in a coherent manner by aligning the whole system. For this reason, FAO has developed its first science and innovation strategy in 2022 to provide organization-wide guidance, coherence, and alignment on science and innovation. The FAO Science and Innovation Strategy is a strategy that's not centralized in Rome, but implemented in a decentralized, country-driven manner, guiding partnerships and responses to meet needs across different countries and agricultural systems. The strategy highlights the importance of efficiency, inclusivity, resilience, and sustainability in our efforts to close agricultural productivity gaps. I will provide 3 concrete examples of FAO's science and innovation activities with member states and partners across the region. In the Southern Cone, recurrent locust outbreaks have threatened the stability of agricultural production. FAO has provided Argentina and Paraguay with ultra-low volume insecticide technology and hands-on technical training to strengthen phytosanitary emergency responses. Secondly, FAO is working with its members in the region to reinvigorate the 1,000 Digital Villages initiative through a regionally adapted model that strengthens productivity by designing how digital services reach small-scale producers. Across the Leeward Island states, soil scanners and digital sensors are now helping farmers to improve fertilizer recommendations, irrigation, and resource efficiency. So this is what decentralized implementation means. The Science and Innovation Strategy is not a top-down blueprint. FAO's Science and Innovation Strategy enables impacts through transformative partnerships and innovative financing models, working with ministries, national research systems, universities, private sector, farmers' organizations, NGOs, finance institutions, and regional networks to develop, to adapt, to deploy, and to scale what works. As FAO's new chief scientist, my commitment is simple. Firstly, to ensure that FAO's science and innovation activities are robust, evidence-based, and measurably impactful. Secondly, to ensure that FAO science and innovation activities are fully aligned with prioritized needs, plans, and policies from national to global levels. Thirdly, to ensure that FAO both levers and strengthens science and innovation partnerships for accelerated impact, building on the knowledge, capabilities, and systems that are already there. Fourthly, to ensure that FAO works with member states and intergovernmental fora to strengthen science policy interfaces and science advisory systems. And finally, to ensure that FAO delivers trusted evidence synthesis, which, when combined with foresight and horizon scanning, allows for better decision-making, planning, and impacts. The countries of Latin America and the Caribbean hold extraordinary potential: vast biodiversity, dynamic universities and research institutions, innovative entrepreneurs, strong regional cooperation mechanisms, great scientists, and a new generation of youth and innovators ready to lead. However, today's productivity gaps represent a distance between knowledge and action. As the countries of the region close their productivity gaps, I am confident that the region will continue towards its destiny to be a global leader in sustainable, climate-resilient, and nutrition-sensitive agri-food systems. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Chief Scientist. Senhora Takagi, tiene la palabra.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have some slides to show.
Bueno, como hemos visto en estos 3 días de conferencia,
We have seen in the last 3 days that agriculture is one of the most strategic activities in our region of Latin America and the Caribbean.
la alimentación de millones de personas.
Food of millions of people and the jobs of millions of people depend on robust agriculture, but dynamism has been weakened in recent decades,
Limitaciones estructurales que
facing
persisten,
structural challenges that we face
a la región,
in the region
sucesivas presiones
and
asociadas
excessive
a
pressure
volatilidad de mercados,
related to
restricciones a la
restrictions,
inversión,
market
eventos climáticos
investments,
cada vez
and
más extremos.
climate and more
Por
extreme
eso la
climate
idea es una
phenomenon.
reflexión de cómo
And so
retomar
I'd
el
like us to
camino
reflect
del
on
crecimiento
how we
productivo
can
que no solo sea más dinámico,
revive
sino
productivity
más
so it's more
sostenible,
dynamic,
inclusivo
sustainable,
y resiliente.
inclusive, and resilient.
Minuto. Entre 2017
From 2017 to 2021, agriculture production growth in Latin America and the Caribbean dropped 1.6% per year. This is the first drop in 6 decades, lower than the world average. Growth during the commodities boom of the 2000s stagnated, and in some cases it was reversed. In return, we saw weakening production models. This trend shows a fundamental challenge we are facing. We're not just growing slowly and slower, but we are falling behind. In addition, when we look at productivity dynamics, it's important to note not just how much we have grown, but how we have grown. Agricultural production in Latin America and the Caribbean has experienced significant transformations in the last 6 decades, with changes not just in how we've grown, but in the economic and political context in general. Initially, agricultural growth followed more expansion of areas that were planted and use of greater expanding use of raw materials. In the last 20 years, specifically from 2000 to 2010, this model was replaced by inclusion of new technology, integration into markets, and more efficient use of resources. Nevertheless, most recently, in the last 15 years, there has been a return to extensive growth with significant repercussions for competition as well as resilience of our agri-food systems.
El acceso a crédito, la infraestructura
Access to
rural,
credit,
el riego
rural,
y la apertura del comercio
rural systems, and
muestran correlaciones positivas con el aumento de la
openness to trade
productividad.
is
Sin
absolutely
embargo,
critical.
mantener los aumentos de
But
productividad en el
increasing
tiempo
productivity in
depende
time depends
fundamentalmente de la capacidad de
primarily
innovar
on the
y
ability to
adoptar
innovate
nuevas
and to
tecnologías.
adopt new technologies.
Aunque la región ha mostrado
The
avances
region
recientes también en
has seen
seguridad
progress
alimentaria,
recently
los
in
niveles de
food
hambre y
security,
la incidencia
food,
de la inseguridad alimentaria permanecen
and food
sobre los
insecurity
observados prepandemia.
continues at
La
rates
región tiene el costo de una
similar
dieta
to prior to the
saludable más
pandemic.
alto a nivel mundial,
The cost for a healthy diet is the highest throughout the world,
limitando el acceso a alimentos
which limits
nutritivos
access
para
to
millones de
nutritional
personas,
food for
situación
millions
que
of
se ve
people, a
exacerbada por
situation that has been
desigualdades
exacerbated
económicas
by
y la inflación
inequalities
de los alimentos.
and inflation
Mejorar la
of
productividad
foodstuffs,
en alimentos densos en nutrientes como frutas,
improving
verduras,
productivity
legumbres
for
y
fruits
leguminosas
and
tiene el
vegetables
potencial de estabilizar
could
los
potentially
precios,
stabilize
expandir la
prices
oferta
and
y facilitar el
expand
acceso a
supply
dietas más saludables
and
a
ensure
todos.
supply and access to more healthy diets for all.
Por otro lado, el cambio
On the other
climático está
hand, climate
transformando las
change
dinámicas
is
de productividad
changing
en la
productivity
región.
dynamics in the region.
Entre 91 y
From
2021,
1991
los
and
fenómenos
2021,
climáticos extremos
extreme
provocaron
climate
pérdidas
phenomenon
equivalentes
led
a
to
cerca de
losses
10% del
close to
PIB agrícola
10%
en
of the
América del
agricultural
Sur,
GDP in South
7%
America,
en América
7%
Central
in
y
Central America,
6%
and
en el
6%
Caribe.
in the Caribbean.
Estos no son riesgos
These are
futuros,
not
sino que se
risks
trata
of the
de
future.
realidades
This is
actuales
what
que
we
ya
are
están
facing
socavando el desempeño
now
agrícola de la
and is
región.
affecting our performance, our
Se
agricultural performance in the
estima que el
region.
cambio climático ha reducido el crecimiento de la
Climate
productividad
change
total de factores
has
cercana a 26% en las
has
regiones.
affected productivity by approximately 26% in the
Para
region.
2050, la
For
productividad agrícola
2050,
podría disminuir
agricultural
entre 9 y
productivity
13%
may drop from
adicional,
an additional
con
9 to
impactos
13%,
sustanciales en los
with
outputs.
significant impact on
Mantener las
outputs.
tendencias de intensificación podría conducir
Intensifying
hacia mayores
agriculture could
emisiones de
lead to
nitrógeno,
even
contaminación de agua y
worse
suelos
problems with
y estrés
contamination of
hídrico
soil,
para
water, and
2050.
water stresses for
La conclusión
2050.
es
The
clara, es
conclusion is
necesario
clear. We
fortalecer la
need to
eficiencia
strengthen
productiva y
productivity
producir más
efficiency
con menos
and to
para
produce more
sostener el
with less
crecimiento
in order to
mientras
sustain
resguardamos
growth
el capital natural.
while we work with natural capital to
La
promote
productividad
growth.
agrícola también afecta,
This also-
tiene que tomar en consideración
This also
la
needs to take into
desigualdad,
consideration
las desigualdades rurales y
rural
territoriales
and
en
territorial
nuestra
disparities in our
porque
region
ellas están
because they are
interconectadas.
profoundly
Los
interconnected.
grandes productores integrados a las cadenas
Large
globales
producers
aprovechan mejor los
integrated
beneficios
to
de la productividad.
global chains
Gracias a
increase the
un mayor
benefits of
acceso a
productivity thanks to
tecnología y
better
capital
access
e
to
infraestructura.
technology, capital, and
En contraste,
infrastructure.
los
In
agricultores
contrast,
familiares pequeños
family, small
productores enfrentan
family
acceso desigual
farmers
a los activos
face
productivos y a
an
servicios.
imbalanced access to these productive systems and benefits. And this is clearly expressed in the case of family agriculture that represents 80% of all the production in the region, manage only or have only 25% or less than 25% of the production surface in the region. And there's a need to invest in technology and increase their yield, and therefore these structural differences are being perpetuated, and there are differences within the rural areas where there are 15 percentage points higher. The region faces a double challenge of reactivating growth in productivity while guaranteeing that said process is inclusive and efficient, sustainable, and resilient. With diverse options of policies with priorities for the future of agricultural productivity in the region. First, This was already mentioned by our chief scientist. Technological innovation through the strengthening of investment and increasing efficiency in the use of inputs and resources. It's important to consider the investment capacity of the countries in research and development. Our region has exceeded the threshold of 1% of the GDP for investment in research and development. But this proportion of the investment is unequal among the countries, unequal. And it's 3 times lower than what has been observed in developing countries, which is at 3.25%. The sustainable intensification through practices such as agroecology, conservation, agriculture, sustainable use of soils, biotechnology, or precision agriculture, inclusion that responds to structural disparities, for example, with women, youth, family producers and farmers with greater access to land, credit, and services, resilience to climate change, irrigation, and climatically intelligent systems, regional cooperation and the coordination with actors such as the countries present here, the FAO, and financial institutions for the generation of evidence mobilization of resources and technical support, and policies that are adequate and that provide regulatory frameworks that are sound and with clear incentives. And to conclude, we'd like to pose some questions to our ministers. What institutional frameworks have your countries established for productivity at the same time addressing challenges in matters of environmental sustainability and equality? What specific measures has your government adopted to guarantee that family, farmers, women, youth, indigenous peoples, and communities of African descent can have more equal access to technology, markets, and information systems? What are the priorities of your country to integrate these adaptation mechanisms to climate change in the strategies of agricultural productivity? And what should the key priorities be for the FAO and regional partners in support to the member nations to advance towards growth of agricultural productivity that is inclusive, efficient, sustainable, and resilient during the coming biennium? Thank you. Thank you, Madam Takaji, leader of the regional program, for your presentation, and thank you for the questions that you have left us with. Now I'll give the floor to our panelists to begin the ministerial discussion. We'll begin with the participation of 10 panelists. There is a lot of interest on this. Several of them are present here in this room, and we have a minister that will participate virtually, aside from another one through a brief video. Each one will have up to 4 minutes to share their perspectives and answer the questions that have been asked. And then, if time allows for it, I will open the floor to the plenary to give the floor to the members of the delegations and then to the official participants and spokespersons of the NGOs. I'm accompanied here at this table by the Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries, and Blue Sectors, Mr. Roland Warrior, Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries, Maritime Resources, and Cooperatives of St. Kitts and Nevis, Minister of Agriculture, Livestock, and Food of Guatemala, Mrs. Maria Fernanda Rivera, Secretary Deputy of International Affairs of Argentina, Executive Vice Secretary of the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock of Brazil, Mr. Kleber Suarez, Minister of Agriculture, Livestock, and Fisheries of Ecuador, Mr. Juan Carlos Vega, Minister of Agriculture and Livestock of Paraguay, Mr. Carlos Jimenez, Minister of the Popular Power for Productivity of Venezuela, Mr. Heredia, and by Zoom, Minister of Agriculture of Guyana, Mr. Zulfikar Vicar Mustafa and the Minister of Agricultural Development of Panama, Mr. Roberto Linares, who has sent us a video that will be presented by the Ambassador in charge of Consular Affairs of Panama of the Federative Republic of Brazil, Mr. Flavio Mendes. First of all, I give the floor to Minister Vicar Mustafa of Guyana, who has joined us online. Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, Excellency, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. It is an honor to participate in this ministerial roundtable focus on closing productivity gap in Latin America and the Caribbean. Our region holds immense potential, rich soil, abundant biodiversity, and a vibrant agricultural workforce. Yet, we face persistent challenges in ensuring that agricultural growth is efficient, inclusive, sustainable, and resilient. In Guyana, our agricultural initiatives are closely aligned with our low-carbon development strategy. This ensures that growth in the sector is climate resilient, environmentally responsible, and socially inclusive. A foundation of our strategy is deliberate risk mitigation and climate resilience. In 2025, we launched the Premium Free Crop Insurance Program, providing full coverage for losses caused by flood or drought. Already over 4,200 rice farmers have enrolled. Massive investment in drainage and irrigation systems, farm-to-market roads, and weather stations have strengthened resilience to hydrometeorical hazards. The National Flood Early Warning System, enhancing forecasting, safeguarding households, and protects our agriculture assets. Science, technology, and innovation underpins our strategy for closing productivity gap. The state-of-the-art Tissueculture Laboratory commissioned last year at Nari, in partnership with TERI India, will increase high-quality, disease-free plantlet production from 13,000 to 1 million annually across key crops. Initiatives such as Rice Integrated System, combine rice production with fish and duck rearing, reduce costs, enhancing income, and promoting sustainability. Precision agriculture, digital monitoring, and the introduction of nano-urea fertilizer have improved efficiency and input management. All these systems we have put in place to ensure that we close the gap in the agriculture system, in the production and productivity area. Livestock development under the One Health initiative of enhanced biosecurity and genetic quality across sectors. These interventions demonstrated that sustainable productivity growth require both policy, foresight, and innovation-led action, fully aligned with FAO's agenda and CARICOM's agricultural modernization strategy. Closing productivity gap is not possible without inclusion. In Guyana, all agricultural program ensures that at least 35% participation by youth and women. The Agriculture Innovation Entrepreneurship Program engaged over 300 youths across hydroponics, aquaculture, poultry, apiculture, and precision agriculture. Then we have the Shade House Program, has provided shade house. Over 700 new shade houses have been built across our country. We have the Women-Led Agro-Processing Initiative, are expanding domestic and regional market opportunities in cassava, flour, pepper sauce, and other items. Then we have the proposed development bank that will come in stream very shortly. This will prioritize small farmers, youth, women, and vulnerable groups through zero interest and zero collateral loans and mentorship support. All these will help us to close the productivity gap. Climate smart agriculture is central also to Guyana's vision for sustainable growth. Our priorities include developing climate resilience crop variety, expanding protected agriculture, hydroponics, and precision farming, implemented nature-based solution, and our low-yield farmer rice project train smallholders in good agronomy practice while research-led diversification. To accelerate in all these programs, we have a number of initiatives that we have started. We have expanded rice risk mitigation and financing mechanism for climate-related challenges. We have support research and innovation in sustainable and climate-smart agriculture. We have promoted digital transformation and precision agriculture through the region. We have strengthened youth and women participation in agriculture and agro-processing. And we have scaling climate resilience project and innovation solution. All these initiatives will help us to close the production gap. Regional collaboration, knowledge sharing, and technical support are essential to ensure that all countries can close productivity gap while meeting the SDGs. Distinguished colleague, closing productivity gap requires a holistic approach. Innovation, risk management, climate resilience, and inclusion must go hand in hand. Guyana remains committed to working with FAOs and all other member states to ensure that our agricultural transformation is efficient, inclusive, sustainable, and resilient. Together, we can build a Latin American Caribbean food system that meets the need of today without compromising the resources of tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Mustafa. I will now give the floor to Minister Roland Royer of Dominica. Please go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everybody, distinguished colleagues and partners. In the interest of time, I will focus on question number 2. What specific measures has the government taken to ensure family farmers, women, youth, indigenous people, and Afro-descendant communities have equitable access to productive resources, technology markets, and innovation systems? Chair, traditionally, agriculture in Dominica has been sustained through family farming systems, which remain the backbone of rural livelihoods and national food security. Farmers across our island access productive agricultural resources through a combination of government-led initiatives, partnerships with NGOs and international organizations, cooperative structures, and increasingly through digital platforms. This multiple pathway help farmers gain access to land, financing, equipment, technical knowledge, and markets, while also strengthening the ability to overcome structural challenges and the increasing impacts of climate-related disasters. In the aftermath of major climate events, such as Hurricane Maria, Dominica has made deliberate investments in strengthening the resilience of our agricultural sector. One important initiative is the Dominica Emergency Agricultural Livelihood and Climate Resilience Project, which supports the restoration of farmer livelihoods while building resilience into agricultural infrastructure and production systems. Through initiatives such as these, we are not only rebuilding the sector, but transforming it to better withstand future shocks. A key priority of our agricultural development strategy is the empowerment of women in agriculture. Women farmers in Dominica are increasingly accessing training opportunities, market platforms, disaster resilience programs, technological innovation, and cooperative networks that amplify the voices and strengthen the economic and social roles with a rural community. With the support of FAO, Dominica is currently implementing a gender-responsive climate-smart agriculture and food system projects. This initiative focuses on improving agro-processing and production facilities to enhance efficiency and climate resilience, strengthening women and youth producer organizations to develop viable business models and improve access to markets and finance, and facilitating business agreements with local enterprises and institutional buyers to expand opportunities for local produce foods. Importantly, the project also supports emergency response and recovery mechanisms for artisanal fishing, smallholder farmers, and grassroots food production groups, while developing gender-responsive decision support tools to help farmers manage climate risk, pest outbreaks, and other hazards. Dominica also is one of the countries in OCS that have a Kalinago community, which is indigenous. The government has placed special emphasis on supporting agricultural development within the Kalinago territory, balancing reports and projects that enhance their productivity and production. At the same time, we recognize that the average age of a farmer in Dominica continues to increase, and therefore attracting young people in the sector has become a national priority. More broadly, the government of Dominica implements integrated strategies to improve access to productive resources, particularly for women and youth. This includes the recently launched agricultural land lease facility, which provides access to land for new farmers, the provision of agricultural inputs and equipment, expanded access to microcredit and finance support, targeted capacity building in technical training programs, and strengthening institutional support to improve market access. Chair, in closing, through strong partnerships with organizations such as the FAO, WOSC, UNDP, ICA, and ILO, and other regional and institutional institutions, Dominica continues to build an agricultural sector that is inclusive, resilient, and forward-looking by supporting women, youth, indigenous farmers with training, financing, climate-resilient technologies, and market opportunities. We are strengthening rural economies while advancing national food security and sustainable development. Ultimately, these collective efforts are helping to ensure that agriculture in Dominica remains not only a source of livelihood, but also a pillar of resilience, empowerment, and inclusive growth for our people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. Next, we would like to hear from Minister Samal Duggins from St. Kitts and Nevis. So you have the floor.
Esteemed Chair, fellow ministers, distinguished delegates, excellencies, good morning. It is both an honor and a responsibility to be here representing the government of St. Kitts and Nevis as well as its people. I commend the government of Brazil and the FAO for convening this conversation at a time when action is not just optional, it is actually quite urgent. For small island developing states, these issues before us are not just theoretical. Food prices and food price inflation is not just a casual statistic, colleagues. It is actually the budgets of real families, stretching thinner and thinner by the day. Water scarcity is not just a projection. It is our farmers watching the skies daily, praying that the rains will come. Climate shocks are not just headlines. They are the livelihoods of our people interrupted. Colleagues, these are daily challenges. Across Latin America and the Caribbean, we have seen that productivity growth has slowed. Too often, to address this, we increase inputs, more land, more fertilizer, more costs, ultimately. Instead of increasing efficiency, increasing innovation, and increasing resilience. And in the Caribbean particularly, our structural limitations are even sharper. Limited arable land, water stress, high import dependence, and acute climate exposure. So then, our response must be even more deliberate. In St. Kitts and Nevis, we are building a modern climate-smart agri-food systems as a pillar of our sustainable island state agenda, strengthening food security, reducing our import bill, and expanding dignified livelihoods for those in the agricultural sector. We are also, of course, aligned with the CARICOM's 25 by 25 plus 5 ambition, because we believe that regional food security is shared security. As a part of our efforts, in the area of science and innovation at the farm level, we are scaling protected agriculture as a new pathway through our Greenhouse Village initiative. This year, 25 young farmers will be receiving greenhouses to grow food more efficiently. However, we understand that infrastructure alone does not create productivity. So we are pairing technology with hands-on capacity building, ensuring that our farmers can convert innovation into yield and yield into income. We are also increasing our effort in strengthening data-driven agriculture by introducing digital tools and sensor-based approaches, because fundamentally, we understand as well, you cannot effectively manage that which you do not measure or truly understand. Secondly, on the matter of water and climate resilience, we recognize that the story is clear. Agricultural productivity collapses without water security. So we are investing in drip irrigation systems, water storage infrastructure, and improved farm-level water management. This, colleagues, is about stabilizing production during drought periods and protecting farmer confidence. These investments, we are hopeful, will translate into measurable gains, more consistent supply, and reduce losses, which will also include participation on a greater level in the local markets. Now, let me say this clearly. Productivity that includes people is not transformation. So as we recognize the International Year of Women Farming in 2026 this year, we in St. Kitts and Nevis reaffirm our commitment to gender-responsive policy, closing gaps in land access, financing, technology, and markets. We are expanding access pathways for women and youth through structured training and safer financing models, and also stronger cooperative framework. I wish at this time to thank the FAO and our regional partners for their continued support. However, as we look forward, we recognize the need for additional support. We need an innovation package, one that is designed and fit for us as small island developing states. Stronger digital extension systems, so that our farmers can respond more readily, more efficiently, and more accurately. We need support in planning and financing our irrigation investments, as water scarcity is fast becoming an increasing threat across the Caribbean region. We need improved climate data and early warning services. And we need financing mechanisms, mechanisms that de-risk investment and accelerate the adoption of proven technologies so that our countries can thrive. Colleagues, we are committed and will continue to push agriculture in St. Kitts and Nevis and the Caribbean to become more modern, more bankable, and more attractive to the next generation. That is essentially why we're here. We have come here ready to share. We have come here ready to learn. We have come here ready to partner, all to ensure that productivity growth across the region is not only higher, once again, but more inclusive, more sustainable, and indeed more resilient. I thank you all for listening.
Thank you very much, Minister. En ese momento,
I now give the floor to Ambassador Flavio Mendez of Panama, who will be giving us some introductory words to present the words of the Minister of Agricultural Development of Panama. Good day, Mr. Chair, Co-Chair, Ministers. On behalf of the Minister of Agricultural Development of the Republic of Panama, Roberto Linares, I want to thank the FAO for the excellent organization of this 39th Regional Conference for Latin America and the Caribbean, and also to congratulate the delegations and the ambassador for this excellent work as a rapporteur. And I very especially want to thank and congratulate the government of Brazil for the organization of this event in Itamaraty Palace. In this context, marked by volatility of markets and territorial changes, Panama advances with determination in favor of the consolidation of agri-food systems that are resilient, innovative, inclusive, and sustainable. Convinced of strengthening said systems in the strategic decision to establish the dynamism of local communities and social cohesion. For Panama, agri-food transformation means that we have to ensure sufficient nutritional food for the entire population, the protection of natural resources, and the generation of dignified, worthy opportunities for indigenous and local communities, and the reiteration of our commitment with a culture prepared for the challenges of the present and of the future. I have the honor of presenting the message in the video of the Minister of Agricultural Development, Minister Rivaldos, on the priorities of Panama at this important ministerial roundtable. So I respectfully, Secretariat, ask to proceed with the presentation of the video. Thank you.
Director General Puyú, ministras y ministros representantes de América Latina y el Caribe. Panamá llega a esta conferencia con claridad sobre lo que enfrentamos. Somos una región capaz de alimentar al mundo, pero sometida a presiones crecientes, cambio climático y desigualdad rural. En Panamá lo vivimos con especial intensidad. El fenómeno del Niño golpeó nuestra producción agropecuaria, afectó nuestras cuencas y llegó a comprometer la operación del canal. Eso nos enseñó algo que no podemos ignorar. La seguridad hídrica es hoy una condición indispensable para la seguridad alimentaria. También llegamos con resultados concretos. En 2002, el 21% de los panameños vivía en inseguridad alimentaria. Hoy ese número es 5.5%. Estamos muy cerca de salir del mapa del hambre, como ya lo lograron Chile, Brasil, Uruguay, Costa Rica y Guyana. Ese es nuestro norte y no vamos a detenerlo. Nuestra agenda es clara: productividad con sostenibilidad, inclusión de la agricultura familiar e indígena, reconversión digital del sector y apertura comercial responsable. Avanzamos hacia el Mercosur no como un fin, sino como una oportunidad de modernizar estándares, diversificar mercados y fortalecer nuestra agroindustria, siempre con políticas que no dejen a nadie atrás. El marco de programación país 2026-2030 con la FAO es un instrumento estratégico para nosotros. Valoramos el acompañamiento técnico en zonificación climática, bioeconomía, reestructuración de tierra y fortalecimiento de capacidades. La cooperación no es un complemento, es parte estructural de nuestra estrategia. Señor Director General, Panamá cree que la agricultura es un asunto de justicia social, no solo de producción, y creemos que ningún país avanza solo. Estamos listos para construir junto a esta región y a la FAO sistemas agroalimentarios que sean más productivos, más resilientes y más justos. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, señor embajador.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. Minister Linares Subiña. Minister Fernanda Rivera from Guatemala. The floor is yours.
Muchas gracias, presidente.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and fellow ministers, and all of the delegates here present at this FAO conference. For us in Guatemala, it is an opportunity to be able to work on productivity as a topic, but also to talk about sustainable, inclusive, resilient growth through knowledge and technology. Programs like Soils and Water for the Future are based on key line methodology and focused on taxonomy and semi-details, 50,000 in fact throughout the country. This is something that we're truly placing our bets on so that we can ensure adaptability to climate change, and so that all the previous ministers mentioned, so that we can manage rainwater and soils so that we can ensure better harvests. I'd also like to, in addition to this, there's knowledge, agricultural knowledge, and this means strengthening a broader agricultural sector, including the Institute of Science and Agricultural Science and Technology and the agricultural schools that also depend on on the budget from the Minister of Agriculture, which trains all of the agricultural and forest technical and engineers that can help us with this problem. We also investing in using strategic information that we have generated through the ministry, through a geo portal available for all. There's also virtual classes that we make available for farmers, for teachers, for professors, through the ANCA system and through the universities, through a number of agreements. We also have initiatives like Live Territory or Territorio Vivo, where we work together with the FAO and a number of communities throughout the country to collect data. We just set up another seed bank where we send our seeds to Norway through the support of FAO and international agreements. All of this would not be complete if we also don't protect ancestral knowledge of our communities, while we protect, for example, the cuisine, the rituals, and the cultures associated with these living territories. There are also connections to markets, which is absolutely critical to bring farmers closer to their consumers, and we've seen improved income through this program. Credit availability has also been wonderful to avoid financial risks in the face of climate change, and through the Soil and Water for the Future program, and through the Guarantee Fund, which is an investment fund to reduce interest rates for small and medium-sized farmers. Environmental financing tools are also something we've been pursuing and allow for Guatemala to become the 4th country in the world that has received this type of tool, which is for carbon capture and funding. Received $20 million protecting all people who are helping all those who are protecting our forests. We would like this funding to reach all of the women farmers, the youth, and so we have signed agreements with the presidential for the UDISRA system, which is against racism and youth discrimination, which allows for tools that bring the tools and help to all of the different indigenous and small groups throughout Guatemala. 72% of the budget of the Ministry of Livestock and Education is earmarked for women. This is on account of the migration that we see in the country, but this is also an opportunity for us to strengthen these production systems that are headed by women. We've also been working with the Presidential Commission for Women and the National Secretary for Science and Technology, especially this year, which is the International Year of Women Farmers. There are also school food programs where we are looking to constantly update the rules and regulations to truly prioritize small farmers and small producers to take part in our school, which were traditionally excluded in our school lunch program. In order to reach the entire country, we work with the Rural Extension Program, and that integrates local languages and the use of technology like virtual classes to improve knowledge and to strengthen knowledge throughout our country. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Minister Rivera.
Thank you, Minister Rivera. The Secretary of Agriculture, Agustin Terrera from Argentina. Deputy Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And distinguished authorities, esteemed colleagues, I would like to start my talk by pointing out something critical. Productivity and efficiency and competition are conditions that are indispensable for sustainable growth in our agri-food systems and in our region. This is a region that has great comparative advantage in terms of natural resources, but the true a competitive advantage will depend on our ability to revert the stagnation that we face throughout the region and to close these gaps. And this requires more science, more technology, more innovation to help farmers adapted to local realities. To make progress, we need to strengthen innovation system, national innovation systems, share knowledge and technology, drive technology and innovation, work with precision technology, biotechnology, artificial intelligence, etc. In this process, the National Institutes for Research, the universities, the private sector, and technological centers have a central role to play that need to be accompanied with public policies that are evidence-based. We also need to recognize that innovation and productivity don't work in a vacuum. To improve investment in better technologies and better practices for all farmers of all sizes is absolutely critical that there are stable economic policies, access to funding, risk management systems, and drivers of private initiative and investment in general. I'd like to add one third element. Efficient agri-food systems need trade. Historically, Argentina has said that open markets are essential for investment, to increase productivity, and strengthen food security worldwide. When trade works, foods flow to those areas that have more, to those that have less, adjust prices, and improve access to food across the world. Nevertheless, we are very concerned with the persistence of subsidies that restrict trade and public policies that do not rely on science. This affects farmers across the board and jeopardizes production, especially the most vulnerable. Along these lines, Argentina has established a number of reforms to open trade and to drive productive investment. It includes simplifying regulations, which has been highly unnecessary bureaucratic restrictions. We've reduced tariffs for importing and exporting, and we have a more disciplined fiscal and monetary policy with low inflation to reduce poverty. At the same time, we've been making progress and decreasing taxes so that we can promote growth in the agri-food system and in the sector. We use technology, we use biotechnology in agriculture, and we've been pioneers in this. Biomaterials, raw materials, and digital solutions that improve productive efficiency and reduce gaps. These innovations not only ensure us to strengthen the farmers' skills, but it improves development throughout our farming communities. Dear colleagues, Latin America and Caribbean has the opportunity to stand as one of the great food suppliers and disruptive technology for the world. Based on our natural resources, using our natural resources, we can, yes, overcome these gaps through science, innovation, open trade, and we can drive growth in the region and decisively lead to food security worldwide. Argentina is committed to working with our countries, all the countries in the region, and with the FAO to ensure more productive, competitive, efficient, and resilient agri-food systems. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Terrera. Vice Secretary Kleber Suarez from Brazil. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, ministers, representatives of the FAO. In 50 years, Brazil has become a net supplier of 85% of the food we produce. We have become an exporter, a net exporter. And the first, second, third importer of food worldwide, using just 30% of its territory from 2010 to 2020. Production in Brazil increased by nearly 70%, while cultivated lands increased only 40%. This shows us that sustainable growth is possible, which increased by almost 300% in the last 20 years. This happened in a country, is our first challenge. If I produce based on these three main pillars: one, public policies, economy, and environment; two, investment in research with the role of technology applied to agriculture; and three, the availability of credit to Brazilian farmers. With public policy, there's a we have a climate risk program where we know what to sow, where to sow, what to plant, and where to plant. I would like to underscore the role of Embrapa in this regard. And when it comes to financing and credit, we focus on credit, offer credit programs where Brazilian farmers have access to credit at lower interest rates. This is supported by our government. It's not just offering subsidies. That's useless. The farmers do need to pay back the loans at the end of the contract. To ensure inclusion, we have the family agriculture plan, working with indigenous groups, and in this last year for the plan, we invested over $500 billion reals. And when it comes to integration and adaptation to climate change, we understand that this needs to go beyond public policy. Thanks to mass investment in research and tropical agricultural research, and with the help of Embrapa and other research institutions, we have a primary strategy that has increased productivity and has improved harvest across the board with our investment in technology, modern technology, scaled up, that is adapted to the different biomes that we have here in Brazil. Working with these technologies and these biomes has helped us with carbon capture in Brazil, and this encourages adoption of sustainable practices in agriculture. For 2030, the plans are to expand technology to over 70 million hectares and mitigating or capturing 1.3 billion tons of carbon dioxide. For technology, I would just like to point out a few. Firstly, the National Bio Input Plan, or Bio Raw Materials Plan, just for soy crops, 85% of our farmers use nitrogen-fixing products. Biological control means application of over 10 million hectares with this biological control for fruits and vegetables. The response to the fourth question is based on we need to help with technological support to overcome the gap and to support and coordinate the use of resources for scaling up sustainable technology solutions. We also need to increase productive efficiency to improve local economies. In Brazil alone, agriculture accounts for over 25% of our GDP and employs over 19 million individuals. Just last year, agriculture and the GDP in Brazil grew nearly 12%. Strengthening this sector is to ensure sustainable development and worldwide food security. Brazil is willing to contribute to this movement and to work with the countries in the region. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias. Obrigado, senhor secretário.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Mr. Juan Carlos Vega, Ecuador, the floor is yours. Thank you, Chairman, and thank you to the FAO for organizing this event. Dear ministers, esteemed ministers, Ecuador has established as a national priority restructuring and replacement of its agri-food supply chains, basically looking to improve productivity sustainably and strengthening adaptation to climate change. Every time we see some sort of climate change phenomenon, we face it firsthand, and reducing social gaps in the different zones, as well as the territorial gaps. We have some very productive zones and some very agriculturally productive weak zones. We have established 5 pillars in this regard. Firstly, the risk. Just 24% of our agricultural land include technological irrigation, and we have expanded modernizing the watering areas, and we have worked on the technology, focusing specifically on the youth and on women. Secondly, for strengthening family agriculture and smallholders, which is a focus for us. 60% of the food that reaches the tables of the Ecuadorians come from this very critical sector. We have consolidated the official registry of family and smallholder agriculture with special policies, and there's now a certifying seal which certifies products that come from small farmers, smallholders. Overcoming the gaps is critical to ensure inclusion and development. The third pillar is technological innovation and data governance as a driver of production. We are improving the food and agricultural networks, focusing specifically on digital agriculture with better use. And we are certifying the youth in using drones, which have much more uses beyond just measuring soils and georeferencing. There's so many uses in terms of oversight and vigilance to overcome hunger and poverty in rural areas. And this is obviously critical for export and international markets and strengthening our sectoral statistics. Our future production in Ecuador is based on technical evidence and interoperability of strategic databases, strategic use of all of this information. The fourth pillar is a transition, a production transition that is climate resilient, including climate needs as part of our system and policies to mitigate problems and challenges will allow us to recover soils for agroforestry systems and the strengthening of incentives for more sustainable development is the future. And fifthly, there's the blue transformation, which affects all of our aquaculture system, which is absolutely critical in Ecuador for shrimp, fishing, I think we have one of the largest tuna fleets in the world. This fleet, this fishing fleet, is investing in resilience, innovation as part of sector-wide strategy. So given our experience, our national experience in Ecuador, I believe that for the next biennium, we need to strengthen technical assistance aligned with the national priorities, with the framework of these 5 pillars explained, include better funding to implement better systems throughout the territory, and to consolidate South-South cooperation so that we can share innovation, technical knowledge, and climate management. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Ministro Vega.
Thank you, Minister Vega. Minister Carlos Jimenez from Paraguay.
Buenos días para todos, excelencias, colegas, representantes.
Good morning to all of my colleagues, delegates, ministers. Oh my goodness, this number is scary. I actually just want to talk about what I have in the experience as the Minister of Agriculture in my country. We are a very productive country. We export 11 times our capacity, the size of our population. And our agriculture exports that grows, and at the same time, we have a fair amount of family agriculture. This type of producers. So we are always saying the same thing: credit, innovation. And as minister, we've decided that technicians need to get out of their offices and go to the fields. We have seen an increase in productivity by 23%. We are now an importing country in some areas, especially with where we now import we work with Argentina, Brazil, and there's a lot of competition, which always affects contraband, which always affects small farmers. Our current policy is production sustainability as the only way to face the challenges we're facing. We need sustainable agriculture, and we are achieving this with strong public policies. We can say, yes, you can offer credit to small farmers. We have our banks. The credit is always there. But how does the small farmer get access to this credit? So what we did was we set up something very simple for small farmers, especially the women, they can take part in the consultations. Consumers choose traditional products, nearly organic products. And so women are becoming the protagonists in this story, and trust is now growing. Trust in these small farmers is growing because their income is what established, and their income from this is what establishes interests in this topic. And we have given them voice and space in this regard. Just last week, supermarkets sat down with our small farmers, and this connection, this trade connection, which is absolutely critical. There's obviously very little connection often between the small farmers and the market, but we are actually overcoming that. We are creating this connection. Public policy. We can talk about so many different things. We've been talking about the same thing. We keep talking about the same technologies, terminology. But what we truly need to do is that each region needs to be self-sustainable through the technology that allows the small farmers to believe in themselves. And we are achieving that through something very simple. Yes, they need to make money. And in Paraguay, the indicators encourage us to continue working in this sector. Youth are going back to they're leaving the fields. But when they start making money, when they see that there's money in it, they're going back to the fields. And so when we have this strong investment on behalf of our government in technology, machines, because obviously this is what the small farmer needs, we've seen great progress. So we're proud to share our experience and to tell you, in Paraguay, there was something, one second, Paraguay, something, importers complaining because they needed permits to import. Normally, we have farmers complaining that they need more support. Now the importers were complaining. The importers were complaining. So we believe, and we are sure, that this increase through sustainability, real on-the-ground action, can face anything, any problem in the fields. We need to invest time and put the technicians out, get the technicians out of the office and put them in the fields. Thank you very much. Thank you, Minister. And now, Mr. Julio León Herrera from the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. Mr. Chairman, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, we recognize the government of Brazil and the FAO for organizing this important space to share experiences to face the decrease in productivity in the region in the last 10 years, which have been caused by obstacles like inequality in land access, funding, technology, and little investment in research and innovation. In the case of Venezuela, another obstacle, an additional obstacle, in addition to what I already mentioned, coercive measures that have been unilaterally imposed by the United States and its allies, which has led to devastating impacts for income in the country, reducing by 99% incomes from 2021 to now, as seen by the Rapporteur of the United States, Elena Dunham. Access to technology, raw materials, and funding has dried up, which led to the decrease in a drop in agricultural production by more than 90%, leading to poverty in the population. And in 2017, there was a nutritional deficit of 35.6%, and in 2029, undernutrition, undernutrition increase of over 4%. And these unilateral coercive measures in 2013 to 2014 were recognized by the FAO as being one of the 15 countries that had made significant progress in reducing undernutrition or malnutrition. However, how have we overcome this to ensure agricultural growth, which is the challenge we face? Number one, to date, we have over 14 million hectares, and title to that land has been handed over to over 400,000 beneficiaries between farmers, small farmers, and indigenous peoples. I'd like to stress that over 1/3 of these land titles are in the hands of women, because we believe that there is no such thing as agrarian reform without gender justice.
Second, the implementation of the Economic Recovery Plan in 2018 by President Nicolás Maduro, placing special emphasis on the agri-food driver based on innovation and the collective effort of all the stakeholders of the agricultural sector. Third, the creation of the Scientific Farmers Alliance through the integration of the peasantry group, indigenous groups, ministries of agriculture, science, and technology for the production of seeds, substrates, and bio inputs. Fourth, the education of technicians in genetic matters, in plant and animal matters, to have crops that are resilient to high temperatures and pathogens, identifying races that are more resistant with the purpose of increasing production of beef livestock, milk, and the strengthening of germplasm banks. Fifth, the plan for livestock characterization to achieve certification of Venezuela for aphthous fever, for a region free of aphthous fever. And in fact, we are, mouth and foot fever or disease, so that we do not have any further cases. Sixth, the implementation of the agri-productive system between producers and farmers for the supply of resources, and this provides financing through the single productive portfolio, which is a mechanism established by the government that considers that public and private banking systems should allocate 25% of the credit to the agri-food system. Seventh, the implementation of agri-meteorology for the development of sowing programs, better technological devices, and accessible software allowing for the collection of data for meteorological forecasts that are territorialized. Eighth, we are promoting the use of renewable energies such as solar and wind energy for irrigation systems, refrigeration or cold storage, and I'd also in this conference like to mention the promotion of agroecology and regenerative agriculture. This means a shift in culture to have soils with coverage that are structured, that recover biodiversity, that capture CO2, protect water, minimize the use of fertilizer and agrochemicals, apply direct planting, reduce mechanization, reduce costs, maximize prices, and guarantee healthier products. With all the aforementioned, Venezuela currently produces 96% of the food that it consumes and has managed to reduce subnutrition indicators to 5.9% and the nutritional deficit by 3%. Aware that there is still much to do, we state the willingness to establish bilateral agreements with countries of the region that have successful experiences and in a very special manner to request the FAO's support to be able to, in 2030, have Venezuela out of the hunger map. Finally, I will close with a quote from our eternal commander, Hugo Chavez, today, March 5th, by commemorating 13 years of his leap to immortality. A country that produces its food is a country that is truly free. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Minister. We thank all our panelists for your presentations, for sharing your perspectives and strategies to close these gaps of productivity in Latin America and the Caribbean. Before going to our break, I will give the floor to the Secretary for a brief announcement. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We invite you to participate at the Transformative Initiative Pavilion in Santiago Dantes room, strengthening the resilience of family agriculture in the coffee sector. This space will address the challenges that family coffee producers face in the region and the opportunities to face more resilient, inclusive, and sustainable opportunities with the participation of representatives from the Agricultural Ministry of Brazil, governments of also of Colombia, Guatemala, El Salvador, as well as the participation of our economist, chief economist Maximo Toledo. This is immediately after this, so we invite you to participate. Thank you. Thank you, Secretary. We will now break for a pause. We ask you to please be back here punctually at 11 to continue with our plenary. We have 20 minutes, please, with no delays. Thank you.
and we'll resume our session. Please take your seats, delegates. Thank you.
Revisión de quórum, por favor.
We invite the distinguished ministers to come up to the head table.
De quórum, por favor. No estoy bien. Espera. Sí, en Zoom, perfecto. Señor presidente, tenemos quórum.
Chair, we have a quorum. Thank you. In line with the order of the day, we are now going to tackle this item, driving agri-food systems transformation, key triggers and strategies for transforming agri-food systems in Latin America and the Caribbean. This is document LARC 26, INF 13. Before we begin the session, however, I would like to give the floor to the representative of the Holy See, who was an observer in the previous session. You have 3 minutes, Monsignor, on Zoom. Thank you very much, Chairman, for giving me the floor. Thank you. I'm speaking on behalf of the Holy See. Latin America and the Caribbean boast exceptional biodiversity. This represents a key partner for global food security. However, the region is increasingly hard hit by natural disasters, hunger, poverty, and environmental degradation. These all persist as concerns. Unfortunately, the climate emergency is no longer a hypothetical, but rather something we are facing today with dramatic consequences that jeopardize food security. As Pope Leo, His Holiness, stated at FAO on the 16th of October last year, at a time when science has extended life expectancy, technology has brought continents closer together, and knowledge has opened up previously unimaginable horizons to allow millions of human beings to live and die in the grip of hunger, is a collective failure, an ethical aberration, a historical shame. Therefore, it is essential that we tackle holistically the environmental, economic, and social pillars of agricultural production, supporting countries from the region and integrating policies, technologies, and innovations to increase productivity and facilitate agri-food system transformation toward more sustainable practices that safeguard the livelihoods of our people and natural resources. It is therefore essential that we find sensible, courageous ways forward, establishing criteria for a new relationship with nature that places the development of all peoples at the heart of this approach, taking into account that the most effective solutions will not come from individual efforts alone, but above all from major political decisions on the national and international level. In order to appropriately respond to current challenges, it's fundamental that we have solid strategic partnerships. And in this context, the scientific sector plays a substantial role in generating innovation and knowledge to accelerate the transformation of agri-food systems toward more satisfactory and resilient models. Innovation's contribution is crucial in this field to foster climate-resilient farming. However, technical progress, important as it is not everything. Progress must be placed within the wider context of the integral good of the human person. It's important that all interventions on ecosystems must take into account both the consequences of such interference in other areas and the well-being of future generations. In this quickly evolving context, we must guarantee that the use of technology is always based on an ethical approach that protects human dignity that God has granted everyone, so that this is a concrete tool for efficient, sustainable agricultural growth, and so that human beings can responsibly play a role in assisting God in his work of creation. Thank you very much. Thank you, Monsignor, for your statement. Now, following the methodological framework established by FAO, we will now tackle the item on key triggers and strategies for transforming agri-food systems in Latin America and the Caribbean. FAO has conducted regional strategic foresight reports at regional level. This work has identified the main trends that impact food systems in the regions, economic, social, environmental, and technological factors, among others. Recognizing persistent emerging challenges and identifying possible future scenarios is important so that we can accelerate transformation. After an exhaustive analysis exercise, FAO drafted a foresight report whose aim is to support members in strengthening decision-making processes, strategically speaking. This ministerial roundtable aims to foster an exchange of strategic vision among members in terms of foresight analysis. This session will seek to generate an analysis on how to take advantage of this analysis for high-impact decisions, especially in a context where current pressure and today's decisions can reshape significantly the future of food systems in the region. We invite ministers to explore strategic approaches that allow us to assess public policy from a systemic approach and to strengthen the link between foresight analysis, long-term planning, the implementation of transformational policies. Mr. Rene Orellana, ADG and Regional Representative of FAO for Latin America and the Caribbean, will introduce this topic. After that, Mr. Maximo Torrero, Chief Economist of FAO, will deliver a presentation on the document. The Regional Representative, Mr. Rene, now has the floor. Thank you very much, Chair. I wish to greet ministers, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished colleagues all. It is an honor to welcome you to this Ministerial Roundtable on strategic foresight for the region. The document we will be analyzing in this session is the fruit of work carried out by the FAO team at global, regional, and national levels by experts on this topic. It's evidence-based and seeks to provide a foresight analysis so that we can adjust our current actions and avoid repeating negative paths or adverse scenarios. This work was conducted globally using the FAO Strategic Foresight Network. The relevance and utility of these approaches have meant that it has been made part of the revised FAO Strategic Framework 2022-31. And now we must delve further into this at regional level. Members have sought more detailed diagnostic exercises with more detailed breakdown. As the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres has stated, many SDGs are not on track for their fulfillment. Despite evidence of progress in the region, we continue to face on a daily basis several barriers to the development of our countries. Every 2 years, we come together in the regional conferences for Latin America and the Caribbean to assess progress made by countries. And we have also, in these exercises, looked at the results achieved in the realm of food and agriculture. That is where the strategic foresight exercise conducted by FAO seeks to make a difference, fostering rigorous analysis and promoting new ways of overcoming problems. This approach analyzes long-term data, considering a wide range of indicators with a view to understanding the structural trends in the region, not just trends in agri-food systems, but also in the social, economic, environmental, financial, and political spheres, given that these directly impact the sector we work on. That is why this calls for a multidisciplinary approach that brings together different specialty areas. It must be based on scientific, technical knowledge, avoiding positions that are based on aspirations or biased. It must seek to be as neutral as possible to the benefit of countries. It also opens the door to a constructive dialogue on the limitations of public economy, which would be otherwise difficult to address. A better understanding of structural causes allows us to identify the key factors that drive sustainable transformation, strengthening response capacity to current and future challenges. I invite you to think about possible adverse scenarios, as this will allow us to look forward, act to avoid these, and design contingency plans. At the same time, thinking of better scenarios helps us identify strategic actions that we must foster today so that tomorrow they can become a reality. I trust that this session will be extremely innovative and useful and a real source of motivation so that all of you can think about these matters. Thank you all for your attention, and I look forward to seeing the outcomes of this session along with all of you. Thank you. Thank you, ADG, Rene Orellana. Mr. Maximo Torrero now has the floor. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you for the invitation to take part today. It's a real pleasure to be here in person now. The slides are in English, but I'll be presenting in Spanish. The presentation touches on the key triggers and strategies for transforming agri-food systems in LAC. Following on from the introductory remarks provided by our ADG and regional representative. Let me see if I can go through these slides and begin. Could we please see the next slide? Thank you. Let's begin with the roles of strategic foresight. This is what we're trying to do because we wish to inform the region as to what is going to happen, what could happen in the scenarios we need to work on. The first is an internal strategic integration. What we do through FAO and its strategic framework is seek to guide long-term priorities. Let's not forget that this type of exercise seeks to shed light on how we can act in the medium long term because we're seeking to generate a public good for all member nations of FAO where we can provide a transformative vision of food systems that responds to the main drivers within the agri-food systems. As you know, there is much risk and uncertainty in our systems. Our systems are vulnerable to climate pressures, to macroeconomic aspects, to geopolitics, trade, and conflicts too. These systems are also sensitive to the challenges we face in providing healthy diets. However, this doesn't just apply to our region. It's a complex region. We have Central America, South America, the Caribbean. There are multiple conditions that differ. Languages are different. We speak local languages, English, Spanish, and others, and we must seek to ensure that this strategy and this foresight analysis is also based on ownership. We're also working on consistent scenarios that reflect realities on the ground in the Caribbean and South America. We have Andean, non-Andean countries, and there are differences there too. Now, in order to have a regional and global strategic foresight system, because we can't just look at regions in a vacuum, we need to look at the global context, FAO has designed a strategy for this. And there's a dedicated team that looks at global trends, regional trends, and looks at recurring or persistent events and the new challenges that these bring about, and how we can analyze the underlying causes of these challenges so that we can manage them and work on addressing them. We also work on the 4 triggers for transformation of FAO, which are essentially based on the 4 betters. Better production, we want to produce more and be more effective in our production methods, but we also want to be more sustainable, so better environment, and we want the food that we provide to provide access to healthy diets, better nutrition, and of course we want to emphasize on the most vulnerable. That's a better life, being more inclusive, bringing in social protection programs and targeted interventions that help farmers emerge from the situations they currently face. There are internal and external consultations with experts to determine priorities. We have now published the first Regional Strategic Foresight Report for LAC. What does the process that we're working on consistent? The first step is identifying these systemic drivers that affect the region. Then we look at the medium and long-term trends to understand what might be happening and what could continue to happen. We look at the main bottlenecks or weak signals that we need to focus on. We find a consistent narrative that allows us to understand the system, and then we can start working on how to overcome these challenges and how to prepare for them. And that's where we use the concept of resilience, which is fundamental. Resilience from the standpoint of preparedness, anticipatory action, preventive approaches, early warning systems, the One Health approach, climate and disaster insurance, but also resilience in preparing in the immediate term when we have a dynamic, active social protection program that responds to these drivers, but also through innovation and science and production, so that producers are better prepared for these potential shocks they must face. And that's where science will play a key role, and trade too, of course. Also seeking to engender regenerative agriculture, how we can recover our soils in the medium and long term. This won't just help us today, but also in providing food for tomorrow.
In that regard, we realize that the main drivers that we've identified are 18 all told, starting from the population dynamics that you're all aware of, and urbanization, and there's a migration from the rural towards the urban and peri-urban sector, the economic growth and macroeconomic stability, part, then cross-country interdependencies, which we are experiencing the last 5 years, have clearly evidenced this, starting with COVID-19 and what happened after that. Then information that will be core. The better informed we are with a better analysis of that information, we will be able to react better. Then geopolitics has become extremely important. Risks and uncertainties overall, rural and urban poverty, inequalities, food prices, not only the price of the commodity of wheat or maize, but that of the end product, which is not only the commodity, it's the price of energy and labor, and this makes things more complex. And that's why we need a system approach, because we have to understand the energy and labor markets and also macroeconomic aspects. Innovation and science, which will be core, then investment is another essential topic. Capital formation, automation, market structure and concentration of the markets, then consumption and nutrition patterns. We must ensure healthy diets, and how can we have this region that has the most costly healthy diet, although we export all products for that healthy diet, how can we reduce its costs and increase income so more people can gain access to then scarcity of natural resources, soil and water, and climate events that will be core as to their frequency, and then the blue economy, oceans and aquaculture. In yellow shows the greatest priorities for the region, blue in intermediate level, and so we have to prioritize sub-regions within the region. Now, the narratives will be different in these scenarios. We've got to contextualize them. We have a narrative in which we can do more of the same. The yellow line is not what we are seeking. We may have the race to the bottom, an adjusted future, or we may have a system which would be optimum, and you can see it in green. The four betters want to achieve a better scenario where we eliminate trade-offs and decrease risk and increase sustainability and resilience. The global map of FAO tries to ensure that, seeking that we be resilient given the frequency of climate change. We must be aware of the fact that we've gone beyond 7 of the 10 planet boundaries. Whatever we do for reducing emissions and producing more efficiently will help us in 15 or 20 years' time, but in the next 10 years we have to address this and must be ready to move forward. Next slide, please. Now, clearly, we have triggers for transformation that will be core. We've identified 4 transformation triggers that we believe will be essential and that are included in our FAO strategic framework. Institution and governance are core. Technological innovation, then consumer awareness and improving income and wealth distribution for well-being purposes, that is, reduce inequalities. This will be essential because it will allow us to address all this. FAO, with its strategic framework and its accelerators, will allow us to help regarding these 4 transformation triggers. Next slide, please. So let's get started with institutions and governance. The purpose here is to build a resilient, inclusive system with transparent governance frameworks allowing us to bring about this agri-food transformation in LAC. There are 4 dimensions to bear in mind. The first is macroeconomic resilience. The second is structural transformation. The third is financing agri-food transformation. And the fourth, take a look at the market structure. Under macroeconomics, we must have a strategy that will allow us to align with macroeconomic frameworks that are important and we must bear in mind. On the first day we discussed this, FAO must be at the forefront because we must be ready. This must be counter-cyclical and ensure financial tools. If we have more gains because of agri-food system activities, good prices for cocoa, coffee, cereals, we have to see how we can have a reserve of resources for when prices are higher. Structural transformation will be essential, and we must look at added value. This is essential, and the region can do so. The value chain of the agri-food systems will be the growth drivers for jobs and for female jobs too, and it will be the drivers for youth employment. With technology, with innovation, we can make progress and enhance the value chain. We just heard a conference on coffee. We have to take a look at the whole value chain from production through to the coffee shop. That will make it attractive to youngsters, how we add value, marketing, technologies, better prices, IT technologies. Financing will be essential too, and we must evolve tremendously on how we finance the sector. We not only have to talk about blended financing, but we need technical blending, technical information so that investment plans have that reduction of asymmetry in information for investors. We need a financial system that is favorable to the sector, system where national and regional banks have risk scores that are appropriate for the timeliness of agriculture and the risks, and where the link of agricultural insurance and disaster-related insurance will be essential because this brings down the risk for the financial sector and provides a better score. We have to work a lot on this. And then market structure. This year we've decided to publish the software on market structure. There will be 2 editions. We are going to continue working on this because we must understand it and understand the real costs of food, understand the health-related externalities, environmental and social ones too, that we've measured $11.3 trillion in the world. So it's very important to work on this. In this same model of institutions and governance, there are 3 important factors: trade and regional integration, governance and institutional efficiency, and sustainability and rights. Trade will be essential. We have to be realistic. If we live in a world in which we will have more frequent climate shocks and more intensive ones, we cannot but be the single producers of all we consume. Although we can achieve that, it won't be efficient for our natural resources. If along comes a strong drought, we'll be in serious problems. Australia experienced a very strong drought. They export food to the whole world. They produce 2.5 times more than what they need, but the drought removed them from the market. If we don't have trade agreements ready, we won't strike a balance. So let's think of the balance. Local production or domestic production, that's very important to have the food we need and what we can produce, but also the diversity of trade partners, which will help us strike a balance. Depending on the situation, we can shift from one to another, but in a world of risk and uncertainty, we won't be resilient or else. I mean, we must diversify trade. There's a lot of regional and interregional trade. Institutions will be core based on transparent information. We must be the global AMIS and have our own AMIS to promote frequent information so all our producers are ready to respond with anticipatory response systems. And then sustainability and rights will be essential to protect our property as well as to protect natural resources. And here there's a lot of room for innovation in carbon markets, natural intangible goods markets in the forestry sector, for instance, the environmental value we have too in our society and region. With regard to consumers and citizen awareness, we must improve education and understand the importance of healthy diets and local food, work in a framework of transparency with civil society, and look at human development. All these will be essential because they will allow us to launch healthy diet campaigns. Ladies and gentlemen, we must understand that the agricultural sector, consumers and producers, doesn't have to do with today's life, but with the future too. If I don't eat a healthy diet today, I can have non-transmissible diseases like diabetes, for instance. We need to launch information campaigns for healthy diets. It's not only the higher or lower cost, but there must be interest of consumers. Nowadays, we have consumers that can have healthy diets but don't do so, and we have many consumers that don't have access to that, and we must change our strategy in that regard. Transparency will be essential. We are working strongly in FAO to support the countries to have equal grounds for all countries, and human capital and also science and technology will be core. Everyone talks about artificial intelligence nowadays, and yes, AI will be essential because it will allow us to manage a lot of information, but we have to do so carefully. And I would say AI is a horse that is galloping at a terrific speed, and FAO is trying to get on it to manage resources properly. But on the other hand, there's an opportunity for us ahead. Everyone talks about environmental problems brought about by the agri-food system, but is anyone talking about environmental issues brought about by AI, the huge amounts of water and energy we need for AI? That chatbot you use, how much does it use of water to cool the systems? We have to work strongly on identifying these costs to be able to help this sector, which is one that provides us a right to food, allow us also to continue growing, and that we have more climate-related financing to minimize these costs. Finally, we have the trigger of revenue and wealth distribution. Next slide, please. As I said, that trigger of income is a core one. We need an information system allowing the most marginalized ones, indigenous populations, to have access to information. FAO has that capability with the information that you provide us. We have to attract green technologies too. We must have sustainable practices allowing the diversification of products. And here, biodiversity and food banks are essential. Biodiversity will allow us to have varieties to respond to the diseases and pests. This we must value, and we must invest in this, and we can't do it overnight. We need risk-based instruments, insurance, to how to use blockchain technology for traceability purposes, and we must improve knowledge about life cycle of the goods and also the bioeconomy. These 5 elements aim at seeking greater equality and an improvement in revenue, and this will be essential. And to conclude, we have innovative technologies and approaches. Here we must work on fiscal and tax reforms to have a progressive taxation system applied to property and also to unhealthy food. Clever, well-planned tax policies. I mean, it's not only a matter of taxing something. We've got to think what instruments we have and how we can bring about a better fiscal reform. We must improve added value, reduce losses in the wholesale market, and not only in the city where we can't recover that food. And then finance and risk management. We need a modern social protection allowing us to target the most vulnerable ones. That is where IT and digitization of rosters will allow us to work. FAO can help through the Global Partnership Against Hunger and Poverty to attract the best practices worldwide in support of this. Research and development we cannot leave behind. The region must accelerate a lot in this regard. In Brazil, we have Embrapa. In Chile and other countries, we also have those agencies. In South-South, knowledge will be essential in this matter. Thank you very much. I hope this was useful information for all of you. We thank the chief economist for his presentation and the food for thought. I mean, how do we reinforce the strategic foresight in the long term and the formulation of public policies? And secondly, what capacities, tools, and institutional arrangements does the region require to systematically have long-term perspectives for public policies? Now, I will give the floor to our panelists to trigger this ministerial dialogue. 6 are present here in person and 1 that is online. Each one of the ministers will have 4 minutes to share his or her perspectives and answer the questions. If we have enough time, I will open the floor to the plenary and then to the observers and spokespersons of NGOs. With us here at this table are Minister of Agriculture and Food Security of Belize, Mr. Rodolphe Ferguson, the Vice Minister in charge of the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock of El Salvador, Mr. Oscar Dominguez, Minister of Agriculture and Livestock of Honduras, Moises Abraham Molina Aguilera, the Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries, Food Security and Sustainable Development of St. Lucia, Ms. Lisa Howing, Ministers of Productive Development and Water of the Plurinational State of Bolivia, Oscar Marino Justiniano, Minister of Livestock and Fisheries, Alfredo Frate, Minister of Uruguay, and then Food Security and Nutritional Security, Minister of Cuba, Elizabeth Peña, and online we have the Minister of Agriculture and Marine Resources of Bahamas, to start this session, we will give the floor to the Minister of Bahamas. You have the floor.
To the government and people of Brazil, distinguished ministers, honorable delegates, representatives of the FAO, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you warm greetings from the government and people of the Bahamas. Transformation of our agri-food systems is no longer a choice. It is a vital responsibility we owe to our people and to the generations that will follow. For countries like the Bahamas, this reality is deeply personal. We live on the front lines of climate change where one storm can wipe out crops, livelihoods, and hard-won progress in a single night. Yet, within these challenges, we see clarity and opportunity because moments of disruption to rethink what is possible. We must replace vulnerability, require shocks of a changing climate, protected systems, smarter water use, resilient crops, and stronger disaster preparedness. Transformation does not happen in isolation. It grew in our local producers while deepening regional cooperation. When small farmers, fishers, and agri-entrepreneurs, especially women and young people, were given access to land, financing, training, open market. Agriculture becomes not a sector of last resort, but has now become a pathway to dignity and prosperity. Digital technologies, data-driven decision-making, and modern food systems allow us to produce more with less, to reach markets faster, and to meet international standards with confidence. Technology has been the bridge that connects agriculture to opportunity. But at the heart of this transformation is a simple truth. Food systems must nourish people, not just markets. They must deliver safe, nutritious foods, protect our natural resources, and ensure that those who feed our nations can earn a fair and sustainable living. In the Bahamas, transformation demands that governments work across silos, that the private sector invest responsibly, and that institutions like the FAO continue to act as trusted partners in knowledge and innovation and action. Additionally, our government has initiated programs to meet these goals, such as digitization, smart agriculture, a national layer program around our archipelago, and an annual Agri-Expo, as well as the expansion to our fish and farm stores and increasing grants for eligible farmers and fishermen. We have also executed the launch of an agriculture and marine cadet program, where all of its members were volunteer students. Within the first 30 days of the launch of this program, we had over 120 students participating. All of these initiatives were used to help to transform our agriculture sector. We are also of the view that Latin America and the Caribbean is one of the most food-rich regions in the world. And so intra-regional cooperation, harmonizing standards, and improving market access is key to reducing dependency on distant imports and building a stronger, more resilient regional food system. Thank you.
Gracias. Thank you, Minister Campbell. Now, I'll give the floor to Minister Ferguson from Belize.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for directing the meeting. Distinguished ministers, government and people of Brazil, and all those who are here today representing their different countries. Driving agri-food system transformation, key triggers and strategies for transforming agri-food systems in Latin America and the Caribbean. Agriculture is modern and is a modern and economic sector, is a foundation of rural livelihoods, food security, cultural heritage, and national development. It employs millions in Latin America and the Caribbean regions. And that is why we should strive for better nutrition, better environment, better life, better production, and leaving no one behind. As a country and region, we are extremely vulnerable to climate change, environmental pressures, and external shocks. The war in Ukraine affected our region, and we may soon be facing such a challenge because of the situation in Iran. Our region is plagued by pests and diseases and extreme weather conditions, which will intensify if we continue with our business as usual scenarios. And let us note that the cost of inaction can be very costly. In Belize, our traditional crops, sugarcane is being affected by Fusarium sakarae and new pests to sugarcane farmers. Bananas is still battling with Sigatoka disease, and citrus is battling with citrus greening. Luckily, through technical cooperation from FAO, AICA, Orisa, Taiwan Technical Corporation, CARDI, SEAT, and others, Belize has received technical support to strategically combat these diseases. Likewise, through the coordination with World Bank, IDB, IFAD, and local financial institutions, we are bridging the financial gap, and farmers are able to obtain funds through matching grants and loans. In the region, we are monitoring for Fusarium tropical race 4 in bananas, which is a threat, and likewise the sporadic threat of locusts in neighboring countries. Pests and diseases, which are linked to climate change and environmental factors, can affect our food and nutrition security, availability, accessibility, and affordability. The presentation on Monday showed that 181.9 million people, 27% of the population in Latin America and the Caribbean regions, are unable to afford adequate nutrition. Therefore, as a country and as a region transforming agri-food system, it is a must, and as such we must move forward digital and technological innovation such as precision agriculture, biotechnology, all-in-one systems, anticipatory actions, and data-driven decisions. In Belize, we are supported by IDB to develop an agriculture information management system. This system was further strengthened by the World Bank and the FAO. The agriculture systems provide an unlock of farm and farmer data and keeps track of sensitive priorities and commodities. Likewise, Belize is free of bovine tuberculosis and bovine tuberculosis, and with the assistance of ORISA, we have a comprehensive livestock database and movement control system. These two systems continue to support Belize in critical decision-making, especially in managing the new world screwworm situation in our livestock sector. Transformation of the agri-food system requires investment in research, innovation, and working with private sectors and academia. In Belize, we are working with AICA, the Sugar Industry Research and Development Institute, the Sugarcane Farmers Associations, and the processors to manage and combat the Fusarium sulcari pests. We are using biological control agents such as Matarrhism, Trichodoma, Bacillus, and Staphylococcus, and strengthening the soil structure by using green manure, fulvic acid, and humic acids. As a region, we must scale up climate smart practices, improve irrigation efficiency, promote resilient crop varieties, improve post-harvest management practices, promote agroforestry system, promote soil restoration, and integrate pest management. To support the transformation of our agri-food system, we should strengthen regional trade and promote value addition and support in-country product development. Latin America and the Caribbean are over 600 million people. We need to strengthen trade in our region, review our regional trade policies, and minimize barriers. Focus should also be placed on accessing finance and using risk management tools. Finally, we must invest in women and youth and bring them around the table to discuss topics of importance as we are doing here today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ferguson. May I please ask all the ministers to speak closer to the microphone to improve sound quality. Thank you. We will now give the floor to the Vice Minister Oscar Dominguez from El Salvador, who will be delivering a presentation via video.
Bom dia. Good morning.
Good morning, good afternoon to senior FAO staff, ministers, virtual representatives, the press, all. It is an honor to represent El Salvador at LARC 39. For the government of President Bukele, transformation of agri-food systems isn't just a technical goal, it's our country's mission. When President Bukele's government took power in 2019, we inherited an abandoned agriculture sector, a country that produced less than 5% of its own food. In addition to this, our country had no peace, no freedom, thanks to our territorial control plan led by our president. El Salvador is the safest country in the Southern Hemisphere with peace and stability. in rural areas and cities. And that was fundamental so that we could begin transforming our agricultural sector. Our food security strategy has allowed us, as a ministry, to foster innovative programs such as productive communities and cities, those places that were run over by gangs and criminals, now produce their own food and also market it through the implementation of modules producing produce side by side with tilapia. They don't just produce their own food, they also vigorize their economy through local trade. However, in order to sustainably promote agricultural production, we banked on the program that increases production. This is the main driving force to revitalize and strengthen our rural areas. Our country's strategy to improve production is our response to gender security with implementation of technology, mechanization, and technical backstopping that is specialized, targeting our farmers, taking into account climate vulnerability. We began with fruit and vegetables at national level, and to date, we have hundreds of productive areas within protected areas and open sky cropping. Thousands of hectares have been cultivated, thus overcoming the national average in just 1 year. This doesn't just apply to fruit and vegetables. In addition to this, we had staple grains. We went from subsistence farming to highly technical farming, potentially reaching self-sufficiency in staple grains for our country, with over 50% of self-provision for some fruits and vegetables. As for the livestock sector, we invested in genetic improvement through embryo transfer, for instance. We also implemented feed banks to improve profitability. But where does everything that we produce end up? And that's part of our strategy. We're talking about fair marketing for those producers I've mentioned, because it is fundamental that we protect each and every one of these farmers' economies. They work in the field. That's why we established our logistical system that did away with price speculation. Decreasing the use of intermediaries. This is the supply central established by the government, where there are direct sales to consumers. In addition, we created agri-markets for families. These are products that go to the supply hub so that they can be sold at these hubs that are present across the country. These were so successful that over 18 million visits were seen since the program began to be implemented. El Salvador shows that with territorial security and political will, it's possible to transform our agri-food systems. And I have no doubt that if we work together, we will change the reality of our region. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Obrigado. Pero en el siguiente video, quiero que conozcan
in the following video, I will show you the true key players of the change I have described.
Antes no podíamos trabajar tranquilos. Ahora volvemos a nuestras tierras sin miedo. La transformación agroalimentaria comienza con seguridad y se complementa con iniciativas que impulsan una mayor producción de hortalizas, mejora genética de ganado y canales modernos de comercialización para nuestros productores. Con nuestro programa de aumento a la producción, apoyamos a los productores para poder cultivar a mejor calidad y en mayor cantidad. Con nuestras casas mallas inteligentes, aseguramos siempre una buena cosecha.
La seguridad en el país nos permitió volver a producir y crecer.
Las comunidades productivas fueron el primer paso. Con los sistemas acuapónicos continuamos mejorando las
improving the living conditions of those families that were involved through the production of quality food for the consumption and sale of surplus. With aquaponic systems, we have food for our own consumption and for our income throughout the year. Now we produce and innovative technology. Now, we do not only produce enough for our families, we do so for our communities. Technification strengthened the production of staple grains. Genetic improvement made us more effective and productive. Everything our producers grow is taken to the supply hub so they can then be sold across the country so that we can connect producers with clients directly. Here, we buy at fair prices from producers themselves. They are the key actors of change.
Gracias, señor Domingo.
Thank you, Mr. Domingos. May I please ask the speakers to stick to 4 minutes because we have quite a heavy agenda. I will now give the floor to Secretary Jose Abraham Molinas of Honduras. Good afternoon, panelists, authorities of the host country, colleagues, ministers, secretaries of state, members of the diplomatic corps, delegations. On behalf of the government of Honduras, it is an honor to take part in this regional dialogue. This is a strategic scenario to strengthen cooperation and advance agri-food system transformation. We are coming together at a decisive time for food security and food sovereignty and the rural development of our region. We have great challenges that face us, but also opportunities. Latin America and the Caribbean has comparative advantages: land, knowledge, productive capacity. The challenge is converting these comparative advantages into competitive advantages. That can only be done if we progress toward modern, resilient, inclusive agri-food systems. The transformation we seek isn't just in the production sector. It entails reducing inequalities, generating opportunities in the field, and strengthening food sovereignty sustainably. The world faces an uncertain landscape, a climate crisis, geopolitical tensions, and economic volatility. In this context, food sovereignty is a strategic issue. It's not, again, just a matter of productivity or production. With open markets, foreign competition enters our countries. In addition to productivity, we must reach competitiveness. Countries that manage to produce efficiently and sustainably will have greater stability, less external dependence, and better conditions for development. Honduras reiterates its strategic vision. Agriculture is a pillar for national development and social stability. Strengthening food production is a matter of strategic security. It is the main necessity, the first social debt. It must be our absolute priority. Family farming and smallholders must be at the heart of our policy agenda. Climate resilience isn't an option. It's a prerequisite for sustainability. Innovation and technology must trickle down to the field to improve productivity and competitiveness. Rural development cannot be seen as a secondary sector. It is the very foundation of social cohesion and food sovereignty. FAO plays a strategic role as a facilitator of knowledge and technical cooperation. Transformation of agri-food systems is a fundamental condition for eradicating hunger, improving nutrition, and guaranteeing sustainable development. The better production, better nutrition, better environment, and better life approach is a concrete roadmap to strengthen the resilience of our productive systems and reduce inequalities in rural areas. Honduras shares this vision and is working to ensure that agriculture becomes a driver of development that generates employment and food security. Our commitment is to advance toward productive systems that are environmentally friendly, strengthen rural economies, and guarantee sufficient, nutritious food for our people. When the time comes for action, the time for preparing will be over. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Molina, for your presentation. Now I'll give the floor to Minister Lisa Howitt from St. Lucia. Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair, distinguished colleague ministers, representative and supporting organizations, members of the panel, and to my fellow St. Lucians listening on the live, good morning. St. Lucia is truly grateful for the kind hospitality of the government and people of Brazil and the FAO team as we convene these important discussions that will impact our nations. In the interest of time, I will speak on strengthening coordination across governments to manage short-term pressures. I believe that effectively managing short-term pressures in agriculture requires more than national responses. For small island developing states across the Caribbean, it requires a whole of government and whole of region approach to agri-food systems transformation. The vulnerabilities we face, climate shocks, rising input costs, supply chain disruptions, and geopolitical tensions are not unique to any single country. These pressures affect the entire Caribbean region. As a result, strengthening coordination across governments must also mean deepening regional collaboration, allowing us to address shared risks together while expanding our policy options. Now, one important area where this coordination is critical is agricultural risk management. Climate-related disasters remain one of the most significant threats to our farmers in this region. In St. Lucia, we have introduced parametric insurance for banana and plantain farmers, which provides rapid financial support following extreme weather events. St. Lucia is currently the only country in the OACS with this type of insurance mechanism specifically designed for our farmers. But this on its own is not sustainable for the long term. This initiative demonstrates the potential for regional risk-sharing mechanisms that could be expanded across Caribbean states, allowing governments to better manage climate shocks without placing excessive strain on national budgets. Now, my colleagues from Dominica, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Vincent and the Grenadines are here and might agree that this is a key area we need strengthened because of how prone we are to natural disasters, including hurricanes. Dominica recently lost about 225% of its GDP because of Hurricane Maria. St. Vincent had a volcano erupt after being dormant for decades. St. Kitts often faces severe droughts, and St. Lucia is no exception. The risk is great, but what can be even greater is your support. I hope this is something organizations like the FAO will consider supporting, so that we as a region can access funding to increase our resilience. Another critical element of regional collaboration is our collaborative and collective efforts to reduce our food import dependence. Now, our bold CARICOM agenda in our commitment to reduce regional food insecurity and strengthen domestic and regional food production can be achieved. But this goal requires coordinated action across agriculture, trade, transport, and investment policies throughout the region. Within the OACS, we have the FAST strategy, but at the center of this transformation must be research, innovation, and technology development. Now, this is where the role of the Caribbean Agricultural Research and Development Institute, CARDI, becomes critical. As we confront climate change, emerging pests and diseases, and the need for improved crop varieties and sustainable production systems, CARDI must play a redefined and strengthened role in regional agricultural research and innovation. However, this will require greater regional and international support for organizations like CARDI, for organizations like ECA, and I see our Director General is here, who have been at the forefront of assisting our small islands with ways to expand our research capacity, technology transfer, and farmer outreach across the Caribbean. Ultimately, transforming agriculture in our region will require that extra hand of support to supporting organizations like CARDI, like ECA. Because strengthening your support for our need to share risk management and build resilience through these organizations, we as small island developing states can better coordinate our governments and our region's approaches to building resilience. We will, at this point, be better able to manage these short-term pressures that we face. By your support, we will build resilience, innovate, and ensure we have food-secure agri-systems for the Caribbean. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Lisa. We will now give the floor to Minister Oscar Mario Justiniano from Bolivia. He has the floor.
Muy buenos días.
Good morning, ministers. I'd like to greet Regional Director René Orellana and all colleagues from Latin America and the Caribbean. Warm greetings from the plurinational state of Bolivia, Rodrigo Paz Pereira, who has entrusted us with reaffirming the commitment of our country with transformation, agri-food transformation systems that are inclusive and resilient. Bolivia is at a turning point. Our agricultural sector has become consolidated as a strategic pillar for generating foreign currency, employment, and economic stability. We are transitioning from a stage of resistance to climate change and to the economic crisis towards a model of openness, of technological streamlining and growth. However, we are facing structural challenges. Climate change has a direct impact on our producers' sectors, affecting particularly small producers in rural communities. Then we have logistics gaps, financing limitations, and the need to reinforce legal certainty. Therefore, Bolivia promotes a new vision based on three pillars. Firstly, the strengthening of value chains, promoting added value, traceability, and access to global markets. Secondly, a coordination between the public, private, and community sectors, bringing about inclusion, territorial stability, and opportunities, mainly for our indigenous peoples. And thirdly, productivity in a sustainable manner with technological innovation to produce more and better. At the same time, we promote incentives for investment, tax stability, agile processes, and the responsible inclusion of biotechnology with the purpose of increasing productivity without expanding our agricultural frontiers. Our proposal can be summarized in a new productive triangle. The state, on the one hand, ensuring infrastructure, stability, and access to markets, a private sector providing capital, technology, and competitiveness, and the third pillar, the community sector that reinforces territorial management and sustainability. Within this process, international cooperation plays a fundamental role for Bolivia based on the prioritization of climate-based financing, transfer of technology, and the bioeconomy as nature-based solutions. We aim at having long-term partnerships, those that strengthen resilience, adaptation, and legal certainty. Finally, we reiterate Bolivia's willingness to reinforce joint work with the UN Organization for Food and Agriculture and the countries of the region to fulfill international standards and ensure deforestation-free production and the strengthening of agri-food information systems. Likewise, we'd like to resume the initiative for the declaration of the International Year of Amazon Native Fruit and triggered a dialogue so that Bolivia can propose its system as a roadmap to value our agri-diversity, promote sustainable development, and reinforce agri-food security. We wish to become a reliable provider of food with fair access to markets and developing value chains focused on bioeconomy. This requires a shared view and trust. I want to thank you. God bless all our countries. God bless Bolivia. Thank you very much. Thank you, Minister Justiniano. We now give the floor to Minister Alfredo Frate from Uruguay. Mr. Chair, Mr. Director General, dear colleagues, ministers for Uruguay, talking about transformation of agri-food systems is not a theoretical discussion, it's a strategic need. We are a small country responsible for 0.05% of global emissions, but highly exposed to climate variability. Recently, we faced one of the most severe droughts in our history with losses close to $1.8 billion. And that experience was a lesson learned. If we don't invest nowadays in resilience, we'll pay a much higher price tomorrow. Indeed, our governments are facing short-term pressures, changing markets, price volatility, fiscal restrictions, but productive resilience cannot lag behind. Transformation of production systems must be understood as an economic policy aimed at future stability. In Uruguay, we have a long-standing tradition of interinstitutional coordination and democratic stability. We have a sound institutional framework, clear rules, legal certainty, and equal treatment to domestic and foreign investments. That stability is no minor fact. It's a necessary condition for transformation. Through the national system for response to climate change, we coordinate production, environment, planning, and the economy. This allows us allows the productive sector to speak to the others, such as the environment, and therefore sustainability is not separate from the economic policy. Transformation does not entail replacing our productive model, but instead targeting its evolution. As to innovation, we firmly believe in the systemic approach. Technology transforms when it improves revenue and reduces risks. An example is a Procrea program improving livestock productivity and reduces emissions, strengthening the biodiversity of our grasslands. Technicians work with the family producers based on satellite data and local knowledge to better plan the productive systems. The program was open to 1,000 producers and to extensionists. Over 2,000 producers sent in a request that would show that there was a true demand for this approach, but we know that technology on its own is not enough. We need appropriate incentives and financing aligned with transformation. Uruguay has innovated regarding index links, linked financing instruments, sovereign bonds and loans regarding environmental performance, including a loan of $350 million from the World Bank linked to climate targets. These instruments generate a virtuous circle. If we fulfill environmental targets, our financial conditions will improve, and those resources will be reinvested in productive sustainability. At the COP30, we supported the RAIZ initiative promoted by Brazil, supported by FAO too. Convinced that climate financing for agriculture must be widespread across the region. We've also built public goods for sustainability purposes. 95% of the agricultural area is under mandatory management plans, and Uruguay is the only country with traceability for all its livestock. These policies bring together market trust and reliability. We need social legitimacy too. We must work with women, youth, and producers so that agri-food is of good quality, improving the life of all. Latin America and the Caribbean has the opportunity of leading this transformation. We have strategic natural resources, productive diversity, and scientific initiatives. We must make sure that BLACA remains in place, integrating long-term visions. For Uruguay, transforming the agri-food systems is not a matter of ideology. It's a condition to protect rural revenue, ensure food security, and sustain our competitiveness in the world. Thank you very much.
Muy bien. Gracias, ministro.
Thank you, Minister Frate. I will now give the floor to Secretary Elizabeth Peña from Cuba. Good morning. Thank you very much for giving me the floor, dear Chair. Distinguished ministers, delegates, and guests. On behalf of the peoples and government of Cuba, I convey warm greetings to all of you. I thank FAO for the invitation to participate in this important and strategic conference that is for us a great honor. It's great to be here at this round table on the transformation of the agri-food system and communicate our main actions. We are moving forward in implementing public policies, laws, strategies, and programs targeted to agri-food system transformation. And in this regard, we have a law on food security and sovereignty and nutrition that has allowed us to work jointly among all institutions, associations, and national and local structures linked to food production based on agroecological development with its proven protection to the environment and with technologies to be replicated in each community and on each farm. The participation of scientific and education centers in this strategic job has been decisive, both in the innovation process as well as in the training of the whole of the agricultural sector. We are implementing the roadmap for transforming agri-food systems in Cuba with the purpose of guiding intersectoral work towards sustainable, inclusive, and resilient food systems, coordinating and controlling all actions of the different stakeholders to achieve food sovereignty and security. This shift in productive paradigm in our agriculture is allowing us to counteract the problem of food in Cuba, brought about by the cruel blockage imposed by the U.S. government on our country. The main obstacle that does not allow us to establish an agriculture capable of meeting the food demands of our population. Therefore, our peoples is experiencing food deficit because we don't have essential productive inputs such as fertilizers, pesticides, machinery, agricultural instruments, and spare parts and irrigation systems. The Republic of Cuba voices its full willingness to contribute to positioning agri-food systems at the heart of the economic and social development agendas to combat hunger, poverty, and inequality among our peoples. We also ratify our commitment to share common efforts to accelerate actions to have inclusive, resilient food systems, allowing us to reduce the impact of the food crisis. We believe that the food solution in our countries calls for the joint participation of all forces, resources, and organizational structures linked to this strategic and decisive mission for the well-being of our peoples. And it is one of the main components of human rights and of social stability in all our countries. We must promote cooperation mechanisms in the agricultural sector, allowing us to create platforms for food systems, ensuring social protection and the leading role of youth, women, and the rural communities. Cuba advocates for South-South cooperation, promoting joint projects in agri-food, climate resilience, food self-sufficiency, nutrition and health, agroecology, loss and waste of food, science and innovation, and public policies targeted to the transformation of the agri-food systems, prioritizing family agriculture as a resilient type of agriculture, providing food to the greater number of persons. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ministers, secretaries, and panelists. We will now give the floor to Mr. David Laborde, Director of the Agri-Food Economy Division of FAO, Agri-Food Economics and Policy Division. He will provide us with some analytical comments and will provide us with some next steps in this process. Thank you. Please go ahead. You have the floor.
Your Excellencies, it was a pleasure to listen to you. And I think that following the presentation from our chief economist, and you all know the world has changed, the world is changing, and this is for this reason that it's pretty important that we adapt policies and we make sure that our agri-food system are transformed. But beyond being transformed in the right direction. I think that we have seen during this segment that the world can go in different directions. We have different future in front of us. Maximo has quickly referred to the risk of inaction and of continuing the bad practices. Now, I think that we have heard also very good news. We have seen that a number of the triggers for transformation that we were referring to and we refer to in the report are already taking place in a number of countries. We have seen example of innovation for sustainable agriculture. We have seen how to deal with insurance to address some of the risks that we face today, but also the key role of government in providing the proper enabling condition for farmers to do their job, starting with security. But maybe more important, I think that what has emerged from the discussion is the focus on the regional dimension of action. It's critical, I think, for the region to not be, to not basically follow what the world is going, but actually to shape the future of the world. And together, the country of the region have the capacity to not only pull risk and manage it, but also to have the critical mass to change the future of the region, but also of the world. It's clear when we think about climate change. It's clear when we talk about food security. But I think it's also very clear when we think about the innovation that are coming from the region and can help the world in the global transformation. Now, acting together that is needed to deliver this critical mass require coordination. And I think that actually what we have discussed today and the role of this strategic thinking about the future is key for coordination. We need to think about a common future to make it happen. But we need to think about something that is realistic and anchored in the reality of the region. And that's where, this question of contextualization of the global work we do at FAO in each region and in each country is critical. But it has to be done with evidence. It has to be done with data. It has to be done with modeling in order to make sure that we deliver what we would like to deliver. And that's the type of services that FAO provides. So just to conclude, I would like to say that, yes, we talk about the future at 10 years, 20 years ahead, but actually at FAO, we have a full range of tools that help and support action. We do real-time monitoring on food security and major risk with the Situation Room that was launched this year. We also look at midterm direction for the markets with the outlook. And the strategic foresight exercise you see is just this last component of this shuttle that hopefully will bring the world to a better future. Thank you very much.
Gracias.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Laborde. We have very little time. We have about 5 or 6 minutes left. Therefore, I would now like to give the floor to one delegation in the room.
Por favor.
Please go ahead.
Paraguay.
Paraguay.
Okay. Paraguay. Que no pase de 3 minutos.
Paraguay, please. Please stick to the 3 minutes allotted. Thank you, Chair. I'd like to thank the panelists for sharing their views with us today on triggers and strategies. In our experience as a country, we feel that truly science and innovation will help us build food systems that will contribute to food security. Please just briefly allow me to refer to the support document that was drafted by the Secretariat, the working document that addresses issues that we feel go somewhat beyond the competences here today and our concern over the statement that there are gaps in advanced economies on the efficiency in reducing emissions. This statement doesn't recognize common but differentiated responsibilities and the obligation that each state has in line with its NDCs, as well as the work we have in striking a delicate balance vis-a-vis climate change. The document also provides work streams that my delegation would respectfully like be noted. Thank you. Thank you, Paraguay. Now, as observer of the regional conference and strategic partner, I'd like to give the floor to Mohammed Ibrahim, Director General of IECA, so that you can share your views on this topic. Dr. Mohammed, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and let me thank FAO for inviting me to participate in this event, and also recognize the honorable ministers who are present in this event, and the delegates also participating. I must say that I'm only 6 weeks as a Director General in IECA, and the report that you presented today on the prospective analysis of the food systems that the FAO developed. IECA is currently in the process of developing a new medium-term plan, which is required by the Executive Board of IECA. And therefore, much of the information you have generated will be of use for this medium-term plan, which reflects what are the drivers, what are the changes, and what are the outcomes we need. the food systems goes beyond the agricultural production, and we need to look at the nexus between the food systems on health and nutrition, which has been identified in the report. The socioeconomic drivers, what are the food loss and waste? I think we need more emphasis on looking at food waste, which is about 30% in some of the countries. The impacts of the environment and the energy outcomes, the relationships with biofuels, countries like Brazil and Argentina, which has been advancing in that. And for that reason, ICA is working in 34 countries with diversity, and we need to look at the diversity within the different regions. And our Minister of St. Lucia described what are the issues and challenges for the Caribbean region where I come from, for example. And during this time, we're looking also on main issues like transboundary pests and diseases, currently in Central America and in North, facing major problems with screwworm, problems with TR4. And our new medium-term plan is going to address emphasis on science, technology, and innovation. And here I must say that we are in discussion with MAPA, Embrapa, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs on creating an innovation center of working together with the CGI centers and NRs, etc. Trade will be an issue. We do understand the tensions of trade and what are the issues in trade policies. And ICA is going to work together with its partners as an SC to develop a strong relationship with the FAO to look at some of the issues that we look at the complementarities in that. So I appreciate providing me with this opportunity, and I will continue the discussion with the different ministers and partners in different countries. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you, Mr. Mohammed. I apologize to you all. However, time is truly running out. Thank you, panelists, for your contributions, for sharing your strategic perspective on driving the transformation of agri-food systems in Latin America and the Caribbean. Before we break for lunch, I will give the floor to the Secretary of the conference for announcement. Thank you very much, Chair. At 2 p.m. after lunch and before we resume the afternoon session, we invite you to go to the interactive zone in the Santiago Dantas room for the initiative on productive forests. This forum will address the promotion of sustainable forest models that integrate environmental preservation, generation of income, and socioeconomic development through strategic partnerships between governments and international organizations with representatives from the Agrarian and Family Farming Ministry of Brazil and FAO. We invite you all to join us there. That's all, Chair. Thank you, Secretary, for the announcement. We will now break for lunch. May we please ask that you all be punctual and come back at 2:30 p.m. Lunch will be served in the foyer of the auditorium, while as the heads of delegations only are invited to go to the third floor for lunch. Thank you.
Tú se dejas, Saulo. A mí me encanta que la gente sea así. Revisión de quórum, por favor.
Please, can we verify quorum? Delegates, please take your seats.
Al representante del Banco Mundial, por favor,
Please,
ir a la mesa principal.
the World Bank representative, you're asked to come to the table.
Señores delegados, por favor, tomar asiento. Ya estamos listos
Delegates,
para
please
comenzar.
take your seats. We are ready to begin.
¿Y en Zoom? Delegados, favor tomar asiento.
Delegates, please take your seats.
Señores delegados, por favor tomar asiento.
Delegates, please take your seats.
No, yo tengo que hacer una sí. Favor verificar transmisión de Zoom y de YouTube.
Can we please verify Zoom and the YouTube transmission? I'm waiting for a signal, correct? To make sure that everything is correct.
Señores delegados, favor tomar asiento.
Delegates, please take your seats.
A continuación, siguiendo el orden del
Okay,
día,
following
comenzaremos con el tema
the order of the agenda, we will begin with item 24. The topic is increasing financing for inclusive and resilient agri-food systems in Latin America and the Caribbean through the Hand-in-Hand initiative. This session seeks to make visible innovative experiences and instruments that have contributed to scale financing in the sector, promote dialogues among governments and development banks on the necessary enabling conditions, and generate consensus on strategic routes for sustainable development, reinforcing the role of the FAO as facilitator of alliances and catalyzer of financing for territorial development. This act will be moderated by Mr. Orellana, Deputy General Director and Representative for Latin America and Caribbean of the FAO. We invite the moderator to take the floor. Thank you. I greet Director Xu Dongju of the FAO, Director General, Excellencies, Ministers, Ambassadors, Representatives, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to participate in this special event titled Increasing Financing for Inclusive and Resilient Agri-Food Systems in Latin America and the Caribbean through the Hand-in-Hand initiative as a moderator. As many of you have been able to see throughout the week, this regional conference has included an interactive space focused on presenting transformative solutions that articulate youth innovation, science, investment with the purpose of accelerating the transformation of agri-food systems. In line with global and regional efforts, this session seeks to promote collective action and make visible specific proposals and transformative actions. The interactive zone presents specific examples for the formulation of high-level policies with multi-sectoral action and a significant participation by youth from the Amazon bioeconomy up to the coffee value chain for family producers, aside from testimonials, impacting testimonials in line with the World Forum on hand-in-hand initiatives. Interregional collaboration and South-South learning are fundamental concepts in the heart of our mandate, and therefore, the regional office of the FAO for Latin America and the Caribbean coordinate the technical regional platform on family agriculture that helps connect key stakeholders from different regions of the world, encouraging them to explore areas of common interest that can serve as a base to establish alliances and collaboration among its members. In line with these initiatives, this special event will analyze some of the persistent financial limitations that impact the progress towards greater productivity, resilience, sustainability, and inclusion. Precisely with this purpose, the hand-in-hand initiative seeks to accelerate the transformation of agri-food systems through the development of investment plans destined to increase revenues, improve nutrition, and the well-being of rural populations in a situation of poverty, and strengthen resilience to climate change. By combining a rigorous spatial analysis with processes promoted by collaboration, the hand-in-hand initiative promotes strategic alliances and mobilizes solutions based on science and innovation to maximize positive impacts in the participating communities. The agenda of this special event will be marked by 4 important events. We will have the opening words by the Director General of the FAO, Dr. Xu Dongyu, followed by a keynote speech by Economist-in-Chief Máximo Torero. We will then have an interactive debate on the challenges and the opportunities to increase financing in agri-food, inclusive and resilient agri-food systems, in which different international financial institutions will participate, as well as regional cooperation agencies, as well as member nations. The last element of the session will be time dedicated to hear the reactions and observations of the plenary. We hope that this special session will meet your expectations. To continue, I invite you to watch a brief illustrative video.
En América Latina y el Caribe, los sistemas agroalimentarios representan un pilar fundamental para el desarrollo económico, la generación de empleo, la seguridad alimentaria y la sostenibilidad ambiental, además de desempeñar un papel clave en la acción frente al cambio climático. A pesar de su contribución estratégica, el financiamiento destinado a los sistemas agroalimentarios no ha evolucionado al ritmo de los desafíos actuales. Los flujos de financiamiento para el desarrollo han mostrado una tendencia decreciente y mayor volatilidad. La inversión pública agrícola continúa siendo limitada. El capital privado se distribuye de manera desigual y el financiamiento climático para los sistemas agroalimentarios está muy por debajo de lo necesario para la adaptación y la mitigación. Estos desafíos se ven agravados por presiones fiscales, altos niveles de endeudamiento e instituciones fragmentadas, mientras que las desigualdades persistentes continúan afectando a los pequeños productores, mujeres, jóvenes, pueblos indígenas y comunidades afrodescendientes. Al mismo tiempo, la región cuenta con oportunidades claras para movilizar nuevos recursos destinados a la transformación de los sistemas agroalimentarios. Instrumentos innovadores como el financiamiento combinado, los bonos vinculados a la sostenibilidad y los mecanismos de distribución de riesgos, junto con plataformas territoriales para establecer prioridades de inversión como la iniciativa Mano de la FAO, demuestran cómo es posible movilizar capital público y privado y alinear mejor las inversiones con un desarrollo inclusivo, sostenible y resiliente al clima. En este sentido, el Foro Mundial de la Alimentación y el Foro de Inversión de la iniciativa Mano de la Mano ofrecen a los gobiernos la oportunidad de presentar planes de inversión ante inversores agroalimentarios de todo el mundo, brindando la oportunidad para establecer alianzas. Así, la FAO promueve mecanismos de cooperación interregional y cooperación sur-sur que permiten impulsar acciones para transformar los sistemas agroalimentarios mediante el poder de la juventud, la ciencia, la innovación y la inversión. Mejorar la calidad del financiamiento implica alinear políticas e incentivos con objetivos de desarrollo de largo plazo. El financiamiento debe incentivar prácticas sostenibles, la innovación, la diversificación y la inclusión. Marcos de protección social sólidos y una mejor coordinación entre instituciones son fundamentales para generar mayores impactos. Para aumentar el financiamiento de sistemas agroalimentarios más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles en América Latina y el Caribe, la FAO recomienda promover un entorno propicio para la inversión, reorientar y optimizar el gasto público interno, ampliar el espacio fiscal mediante instrumentos soberanos innovadores, movilizar financiamiento privado y combinado a gran escala, cerrar brechas de inclusión social y aprovechar plataformas territoriales de inversión como la iniciativa Mano de la Mano. En este contexto, ampliar el financiamiento no se trata solo de movilizar más recursos, sino de invertir mejor. La iniciativa Mano de la Mano ofrece una plataforma territorial para alinear financiamiento público y privado, mitigación de riesgos y canalizar inversiones hacia donde puedan generar el mayor impacto social, económico y ambiental. Esta sesión explora cómo los enfoques financieros innovadores pueden convertir este potencial en acción concreta. Acompáñanos.
Esperamos que este video
We hope that this video, in which we've documented the participatory process of the interactive zone and other regional and local milestones, will be the starting point so that we can dive deeper into the specificities of our session. Now I have the pleasure of presenting Director General of the FAO, Dr. Shulong Yu, for his opening remarks. Director, you have the floor.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm so pleased to join you for this high-level special session. We face unprecedented opportunity and responsibility to transform our agriculture system to be more efficient, more inclusive, more resilient, and more sustainable. But the transformation requires investment. It's definitely not just more investment, but a better targeted investment, where it can deliver the greatest impact guided by the robust data analysis and evidence. And also include the marketing. What is the end market? Within country, what is the level of the consumers? It's very sophisticated design if we want success in the market. And during these days, I met several ministers who have a strong business background. It's good. We need to change this culture of the administrative culture. I knew this region was very famous for talking. Yeah, from old generation, they can keep talking several hours for one speech. When I was young, I couldn't believe. But when I get a little bit older now, I understood. From my region, if only one country can talk longer, I don't want to mention name, but the rest, especially East Asia, If the leaders talk more than 10 minutes, the people, they will. Of course, like now the current day in Beijing, they have 2 sessions, political and the Congress. For working report, you have to talk longer because they will ask you to tell the details, how much you achieved. But normally talk, you see, I got to improve since I come FODG. I talk a little bit longer and longer. That's all thanks for your culture's influence, and also Italiano. In general, it's a Latino culture. I found that I have to adjust back if I return China. I should cut half speech. The transformation required action, and we need a long-term holistic design investment plan. That's why the FAO Hand-in-Hand investment plan, it's just the overall comprehensive investment. You need a commodity-based, sector-based, sub-sector-based investment. Otherwise, there are no people who has money willing to drop money in the ocean. They didn't see. At least they drop money in the river or in the pond. They can enjoy the noise once they drop the coin in the pond. That means you did a reality investment plan. Agri-food system in Latin America and the Caribbean face persistent financial constraints that delay progress towards greater and improve their productivity. Public agricultural expenditure in the region has declined over the past decade, while the private capital now represents a substantial share of the finance, not only here, in Asia, in China also. Public investment expenditure share proportionally declining dramatically. It's good, because the private sector's money, they are more care about the efficiency and the profitability. That's why I always push private engagement strategy in FAO, because not a question of money, it's a question of the improve the business model and efficiency. So I really encourage all of you who has strong background. I'm so happy to see the new generation of the minister here. It's more business-oriented thinking. And of course, some countries mentioned that your politician need to offer the stable, reliable, steady policy or even law. Because this region, you change the leaders always only one term. Yeah? No matter 4 years, 5 years, and then change another one. You change the leader, you change everything. That's why I said publicly, it's very easy to make a friend in this region, from the president to the farmers. But it's very difficult to get a big and long business. Because legal and police, state police, it's not reliable, not stable. Only some micromanagement that being friendly can control, we can be reliable. But if I invest 1 million, it's okay. How about the 1 billion? And it's very difficult. Agriculture, even we need the longest policy, stable policy, because it's a deal with the soil and the crop. And fruit, you need 10 years to get the fruit. How about the 9 years once you change the policy? And the fruit that couldn't move, they couldn't harvest, and then you harvest. We are so stupid. Put the money in your soil and let you harvest my fruit. So agriculture people. That's why I said in China we started open the policy in 1979. America come to China. I ask her, why you come to China? It's a different system. At least your land policy is reliable for 70 years. For Arab land, at least 30 years. It's a guarantee. I encourage all of you to take advantage. Just last week, we had a land conference in Colombia. I hope you can do something real change. Otherwise, meeting is meeting, summit is summit, and then everyone is either in the meeting room or is on the way to the meeting room. Yeah? That's not the agriculture. We need to produce food with more with less. Low and low middle income countries face the deepest food insecurity. I don't want to describe those phenomenal things, even they're prepared by my chief economist, mainly. Latin America and the Caribbean stand at the pivotal moment. Agriculture remains central to economic growth. As always, you have a good soil, good weather, good people. What is missing? Policy. Reliable policy. Enabling policy. Tackling all this has required policy coherence, strong enabling environment, better functional institution capable of improving the quality, direction, and the impact of finance flow. That's why hand-in-hand investment initially played an important role. We just want to change it from the donor dependent to the investment dependent. I'm from a developing country. You know, you get $1 million, it takes several years in favor of donors. And then spend most part is by their consultant, they'll come to try to manipulate their policy. But now I offer the platform, World Food Forum and hand-in-hand investment. You can find your like the girl and boys of the place, they can find their boyfriend or girlfriend. That's matchmaking. FAO should be a matchmaker. Rather than get money, become second-hand, and distribute a little money to the receiving countries. That's years, not only FAO, years. And even humanitarian aid is so slow because of the business model. So hand-in-hand investment initially is change the business model. And some countries in Asia, and I remember last year, the Papua New Guinea, they got $40 million. They never expect. So they're married, it means. So because so many years, they only get several $100,000 for aid or TCP, $500,000 maximum. It's a dust. So please, dear colleagues, think bigger, design bigger, do concrete. I always say that. You think deeper and details, and then you have a business chance. All this, FAO provides a trusted, cost-effective platform for investors and also for potential areas which, based on our knowledge and expertise, help the members to establish both sides trust and minimize the risk of finance. That's the FAO Investment Center, together with technical divisions, work together, and our regional and country office we offer. Transformational change requires three key elements: use, science, innovation, and tactical investment. So I don't want to open too much. And the World Food Forum, this region, you got the country investment plan, but I encourage you to break it down. That's why one country, one commodity. It's just slogan, but maybe one country, N equal 2 or depends on how big, how special of your country. And then you can have the commodity-based investment plan to sell through the FAO system, through the World Food Forum. And finally, of course, we need to keep the open policy on the trade. It's very good for this region. Because in general, this region, like Brazil, you need the open international market. Transparent, reliable, stable. Hand-in-hand initiative now support over 80 members, 80 regional initiatives, demonstrate the power of the partnership and the trust of our members. We started with seeds, LDC. Now we move up to the middle income, high income countries, if they need. Even Europe, they need also. We can. It's a geospatial big data based solutions. It's not. We try to avoid any political influence. Should be science, evidence based. FAO is involving combined science, partnership, and investment to accelerate the transformation towards the 4 betters: better production, better nutrition, better environment, better life living on behind. So I wish you all the best to take the brainstorming, learn each other, and use the FAO network. I always say the FAO is not a financial institute, even World Bank. They are some money to invest, but it takes a long time. But what is FAO special value for you is the network. Through the network, you can get technology, new varieties, even the financial supporters from one members to another, from one region to another. That's why we established a cross-region and a continental collaboration. It was the first time in the UN system. Before, all the UN principles not allowed their country to then talk to another country or from region to a region. But I encourage them to work together because I'm elected by members, not by them. They're not allowed, they can get together, say good words or bad words, doesn't matter. But before I knew that some people worried. Why are you worried? Yeah, the vote is not in our staff hand. The vote is in minister hand. Especially FAO DG is one country, one vote. So that's a special constitutional right, benefited to the member, benefited to the staff, benefited to the manager, DG. I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Agradecemos la
Thank you, Director General, for your words. And now our main technical speech by Maximo Torero, Chief Economist of the FAO. Thank you very much, Director General, delegates, Minister, to such a pleasure an interesting initiative on how to improve financing for inclusive and resilient agri-food systems in Latin America and the Caribbean. I'd like to start by understanding a context of where we operate currently. Firstly, one slide prior, thank you. First, Latin America and the Caribbean, it is a global agri-food potency. It is the biggest net agri-food importer in 2025. Family food leads to 55% of the basic food cultivations and 81% of plants. Latin America and the Caribbean have reduced hunger down to 5.1% in 2024, better than the average global, which is at 8.2 million people. Next. So what are the gaps that we're still facing in the agri-food systems today? First, it is a region that has heavy growth at just 2.2% a year in 2025 and 2.3% in 2026, in a context where the GDP world is growing at 3%. In 2024, Latin America and the Caribbean registering a jump in the cost of healthy diets, healthy foods, $5.16 a day, which is the highest in the world, which is just $4.46 PPA in the rest of the world. 80% of agricultural employment in Latin America and the Caribbean is informal, and this of course affects salaries and the ability for industrial growth, which is so critical. And I think there's an opportunity here for us to innovate and to continue to grow. Next slide. If we look at these indicators, informality and the problems and low growth, this affects agricultural growth in general. So this is quite concerning. On the right-hand side in the graph, you can see annual average growth over decade by percentage for Latin America in blue and the red or orange is for the world. In the last 10 years, because of the number of factors, it dropped to 0.9%, which is down from the average of 0.17%. So more inputs, less efficiency. So in the region, there's higher intensive use of raw materials and very little increase in productivity. And this really is alarming. We need to look at, we need to go back to earlier levels so that we can solve the problems that we are facing. So the financing paradox truly affects us. In 2023, Latin America received just $3.4 billion in dollars for funding, less than 10% of global total, and a 30% drop over 2022. Latin America receives less than 5% of funding for global climate change. These are two major fronts that we need to address. If we don't have much funding, it's low funding. How are we going to invest in the region? And this is an area that has a lot of food, but yet how we're going to be able to invest in it so that we can truly provide food for us and for the rest of the world. Investments in farming and livestock needs to improve. Public spending in the sector is only 5% of the GDP, which is much lower than what we see in places like the United States. 17 of the 26 countries in Latin America have been decreasing their investment in the region. So basically, investment needs to increase. So with these challenges that we're facing, what we found is that we need to turn food funding and financing needs to be a priority strategy for the region. What this implies, what this means, is that we need to reorient subsidies to invest to research, to digitalization, to technology and infrastructure that are smart. We need resources that will ensure smarter and better, more efficient agriculture. We need to have guarantees and insurance so that we can reduce the cost of capital with public-private investment, focusing specifically on small farmers. We have scarce resources, but we need to turn it into something productive. Use all the different tools at our disposal. It can't just be international investments, it needs to be also local banks, regional banks, private banks, public banks, etc. And we need to use innovative instruments as well. The challenge is not just more resources, but using them more quickly and more equitably. FAO, with its investment tools and its banks, can accelerate these innovative measures so that we can bring the private sector in through mechanisms that allow us to lower risks and include better social assistance, better technical use of our funding and resources. That is why the Hand-in-Hand initiative has been working in the region based on this context. It's been working in 84 countries. This is an initiative that is headed by countries, and in the region we have 12 active countries, 6 in South America, 3 in Central America, and the rest in the Caribbean. 2 in Chile and Mexico, which is in higher income countries, middle income countries, and the rest are lower to middle income countries. We've received a lot of support. These countries have received a lot of support in the face of droughts and problems. Amazon has received a lot of investment, including the biodiversity, and looks to accelerate biodiversity in these regions. And finally, investment plans in the region, and including in the Caribbean. So these are all areas that need these initiatives. So why are we working on these initiatives on a country-based initiatives? Because they know where they need to invest. They know where the potential is to. They know how much money needs to be invested for each investment project, and they understand that the restrictions that need to be overcome in order to make these investment returns. These green zones are familiar to each country, but there are zones that have very common shared regions. For example, the entire Amazon, and so we see regional initiatives as well as these country-based initiatives. As the Director General said, we can work on scale. The Caribbean region faces the same problems. If there's a dry region, they need the same investments. So we can work throughout the entire dry corridor in order to improve investments and efficiency. So that's what we're talking about, not just country-based initiatives, but also regional initiatives. We need to identify the territories that generate high returns on investment that reduce hunger and poverty. There are certain bottlenecks that we have faced in the past, and this requires instruction, better sustainable, better structured projects that are closer to the needs with the private sector, with investment banks, recognizing exactly what we need at the country level. Water use, emissions, biodiversity are all what we need to address, because we need the best return on investment. We want project portfolios where investors wish to invest, and we can continue to make progress. We have $1 $0.7 billion that we have invested thus far. We have great examples in Colombia, in Peru, in the Dominican Republic, in Chile, in Mexico that are working. And I'm just going to give you a few examples. First, modernizing the Tumaco port in Colombia. Public investment of $10 million, international cooperation of over $1 million, leveraged, working with a regional development bank of $500,000. With this initiative, it will continue to grow, and we will convert the port that links to the Chacaya port in Peru so that growth can be achieved. And the next one is in Peru with the native potatoes. We know that the problem with the native potatoes, everyone harvests it, and so the price has dropped, and none of the farmers can move forward and make progress. So things have changed with this project. We have worked in the Andean potato area to work with standards, work with the farmers and standards so that they can add value to the potatoes so that they can also offer potato chips, crisps, and the like. They use they use special vegetable oil from the Ukraine, and they use they improve the quality of the local potatoes. They have increased the number of potatoes that have been produced, and now because of added value, the farmers are now receiving more per potato than they were in the past. Now the problem is decreased losses. There have been losses in transport, 30%. This needs to be lost in situ. And processed potato export adds value and needs to be ensured that the same standards are followed. So these are integrated strategies that we cannot overlook. I have other examples of regional initiatives. And in this slide, next slide, I want to throw you three regional initiatives. Amazon, the dry region of Central America, and some smaller areas in the Caribbean. In the Amazon, conservation is absolutely critical. Soil use is very critical. A number of investments have been made that will help us achieve this. In the dry corridor, there's extreme vulnerability, and they need to be minimized through better irrigation, regional irrigation systems, and training, as well as soil maps with agricultural systems to promote technology and various varieties that will be more resistant to climate change in the region. It's called the dry corridor, but it should be the green corridor, and that's what we're trying to convert it into a green corridor. And finally, in the Caribbean, there are severe climate shocks that they face, and here we're working with them together so that we can overcome some of the climate shocks. Colleagues, the Hand-in-Hand initiative, please go to the next slide, looks to change the future. We're working with small farmers in agricultural areas, and we see that we can make a difference. We know that the FAO sees agriculture not just as seeds and livestock, but aquaculture, fishing, forestry, forest management, and agroforestry. It is important that we work in all of these ecosystems, bringing in sustainable, equitable investment, strengthening coherence, optimizing investment plans so that we can do what I call these three pillars: public investment, private investment, supported private investment, with a technical understanding, with support from FAO, and the private system and private banks, IDB Invest, private development banks can also support. This Hand-in-Hand initiative is seeking out exactly that. It is an initiative that is comprehensive, and it's not just talking about it, it's talking about evidence-based information so that we can make the best decisions to help those countries in their green regions so that they can use investment and, working together, bring in more investment and no longer face hunger, prolonged hunger in their countries. Thank you very much.
Muchas más gracias, estimado Máximo.
Thank you for that excellent presentation. Following, we'll now have a conversation between representatives of organizations and banks and private sector here. We will have a debate. We have a number of authorities: Martin Gon-Hildebrand, General Secretary of OTCA, Mr. Tonika Thompson from Barbados, Mr. Bruno Jacket, Senior Specialist from the Agricultural and Social Development Division of the Inter-American Development Bank, Mr. L. Weiss, economist from the World Bank, Mr. Ignacio Lorenzo, Director and Supporter in Climate for the Inter-American Development Bank and CAF. And I would also like to thank some of us who are here virtually. Excellent Minister of Agricultural and Development from Colombia, Mr. Floyd Green, Minister of Fishing from Jamaica, Rocio Medina, General Director of FIDA, Luis Armando Landos from the Agro Market from Peru. The purpose of this segment is to have a technical and open discussion, a frank discussion on the challenges and opportunities to increase financing in agri-food systems. So we have prepared a few questions which will guide this conversation. And of course, we have asked them of the members of this round table. What measures have been implemented to improve coherence of national financing strategies with agri-food systems? 2, how can geospatial focalizing and strategic planning help prioritize investments in high poverty regions, regions with high food insecurity, and areas that are underutilized? Could you please give us a concrete example of your national or regional experience? And we also asked the development institutions, could you give us an example of innovative financing solutions that can reduce the risks facing private sector so that they can improve or increase their participation in agri-food systems in Latin America? And what type of financing is needed to overcome this investment gap and offer better service to small farmers, women, the youth, and indigenous peoples, and Afro-descendant people in Latin America and the Caribbean? The format of this session will be hybrid. Each participant will have approximately 4 minutes for their comments. We will begin with Mr. Martin von Hilbrand, General Secretary of the OTCA, for your opening words. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias. Muy buenas.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to the FAO for this meeting. I would like to stress what the FAO and the Organization for Amazon Cooperation Treaty has signed, a recent treaty to work together. And with this hand-in-hand initiative and this information, the scientific information, that data and geospatial information is absolutely critical for us, so that we have created a mechanism for cooperation and action throughout the Amazon. And this allows us to manage best investment resources in the region. We often talk about the region. We talk more about the region than each specific country. And it means working together. If we don't look at a regional problem, all of these investments are all for naught. They can fail. What few people know is that public safety is an issue. And anything that involves safety is very complex. And this is a regional problem. Environmental safety is an issue. And the lack of state presence in these regions is a problem. And if we don't acknowledge this, with this collaboration with all the different countries, and the Amazon Cooperation Treaty Organization is the only organization that can really work with all of these countries in this region. Food security is absolutely critical. Diseases and affect not just people but plants as well. So we face an important emergency. I'd also like to stress that it's absolutely critical for agriculture. Investment is absolutely critical, but we need to take things into account. It's not, we know that we're nearly at the point of no return, but if we lose the forest, we lose environmental services, we lose one of the most important forests in the world that irrigates all of South America, that waters all of South America, irrigates all of South America, captures tons and tons of carbon. It provides water all the way down to Rio La Plata. And if we don't take care of this forest, the Amazon forest, we will all be without water. We need to be very careful. The forest, per se, is valuable. Per se, it produces resilience. It offers us safety, security. And I really want to stress this. It's important that we keep this in mind. And finally, just quickly, it is important, investment is really important, but we need to understand how communities take part in this investment and how they communicate. Because if we don't take them into account, and if there's no way for them to truly participate, then we haven't taken them into account, then this investment simply won't work. It'll just come from outside. And what comes from outside is not going to help us. Because the people who take care of the forest are the people who are there, who live there. And they need to be included in the dialogue and in decision making. I just wanted to explain that there are a number of problems. Congratulations, the hand-to-hand initiative is absolutely critical. Let's work together with finding mechanisms, incredibly important fundamental mechanisms, but there are very important topics that we cannot overlook when we make our decisions. And this will help us to truly conserve and preserve our incredibly important forests. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Martin, for these comments on the challenges facing the region. I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Bruno Jacques, Senior Specialist for Agricultural and Rural Zones from the Inter-American Development Bank. The floor is yours. Thank you very much for this opportunity to take part in this panel. I wanted to go back to a little bit some of the data that we saw from Maximo. This is recent information. Total productivity of factors which measures efficiency in agricultural production has been grew from the 90s to 2010. 53% head primarily by Mexico, Brazil, and Argentina. However, since 2010 and the last decade, this growth has decreased due to a number of factors. The use of raw materials is increasingly less efficient. Land and other materials, other inputs are increasingly used less efficiently. So we need to invest to increase investments and a return to the growth rates that we saw in earlier decades. Massimo also mentioned that according to recent studies published by the Inter-American Development Bank, using the Agri-Monitor platform, but investment has just been 5% of agricultural GDP, but in the European Union invests 20-ish%. So the lack of support is just price support. So investment is limited. It's really minimal in the region, and in particular in investments that are needed to reduce risks. Capital and the capital markets need to reach conditions to reduce risks, climate risks, infrastructure risks, market risks, and so on. So investing in infrastructure, in research and development, in public services, in support of agriculture in the region is absolutely critical. And in terms of recent experience, I just wanted to stress something very important from our host country, Brazil, the Eco-Invest program, where they recently launched $3 billion auctions, which leverage another $3 billion for degraded pasture lands. But we're talking about $6 billion in capital that will be transferred from private banks, public banks, and investment banks, BNDES, Itaú, etc., and they will finance farmers to recover these degraded pasture lands. There was another auction with 3 bids with blended finance just recently, and the Brazilian Treasury Department raised $3 billion and raised another $7 billion, that's $10 billion in total, for bioeconomy, and about 5% will go for production of superfoods like acai and the Brazil nut and other high-value items, high-density, high-nutrition items. And these experiences, these Brazilian experiences, can serve as inspiration for a number of countries. They're very interesting, and they are massive. There are other excellent initiatives like green bonds that have also allowed us them to increase sustainability in agriculture and livestock production.
Thank you very much, dear Bruno, for sharing these specific cases with us. Now allow me to address Mr. Luis Armando Llanos, Director of Agromercado of the Government of Peru. Dear Director, you have the floor. Good day, Chair, Ministers, and Delegates. It's an honor for Peru to participate in this event to share our experiences on financing to transform agri-food systems. In the framework of the initiative, the hand-in-hand initiative, Peru has articulated geospatial analysis, public and private capital to articulate impact. And this exercise has allowed us to identify a portfolio of $337 million for investment, with $159 million for private co-investment. This portfolio includes 114 economic corridors for Amazon bioeconomy. An emblematic case is the native potato. In our agrodiversity and agroecological production in 2024, it represented 40% of the national production, with an annual composed growth of 13%, exceeding commercial potato. And as we know, these investments generate direct social benefits for over 30,000 families. However, the current challenge is to close gaps in certified seeds, water management, and financing, with an investment gap for industrialization goes up to $70 million. Here we try to go to sustainable production, and we need alliance with anchoring enterprises, which in the company in 2025 invested $15 million in latest generation processing plan, responding to the identified competitiveness gaps. Together with the FAO, we've held negotiation, business matchmaking meetings, identifying trade risks for producers. We're complementing these generating alliances. And this year, we've carried out a pilot plan in Junín to close or to service the financing needs for small producers, and for trade banks to promote new and better financial solutions for agricultural projects that respond to productive cycles. We are aware that private investment requires a state that reduces risks and generates trust. That is why the Ministry of Agriculture, the regional government of Junín, are carrying out a project of $22 million to strengthen production and agricultural health of native Peruvian potatoes. When the public sector reduces risks, we have results. However, we face structural risks In that in Peru, 82% of producers have less than 5 hectares and 96% operate in a situation of informality and are excluded from financing systems. This generates difficulties to offer guarantees, limited access to credit, high interest rates, and therefore the exclusion of Andean and Amazon producers from the financial system in cooperation with those from the coast. To face this challenge, the Peruvian state has been deploying a financial architecture that includes public funds for credits, work capital credits, guarantee funds to cover credit risks for agro-exporters, and non-reimbursable funds. We are aware that we still have work to do and gaps to close, and that's why the hand-in-hand model in Peru is now in a phase of expansion focused on dynamizing expansion with strategic lines, like working with small producers and strengthening territorial articulation, generating alliances, new financial instruments, and finally, strengthening the economy, the financial sector, private capital interested in these projects. Thank you. We thank Director Llanos for his contributions. Allow me to give the floor to Mrs. Rocio Medina, Regional Director at FIDA, who is accompanying us virtually. Director. Good day, everyone. Before answering the question of the panel, I'd like to give you a context of who we are from FIDA. We're the only financial international institution globally dedicated to rural poverty and small producers. We've been investing globally in a systematic and sustained way in territories where their financial instruments do not reach these rural, remote, fragile areas with high levels of poverty and with fragile climate situation. And from here, I share my reflections and answer the questions of the panel. If we look at the situation of Latin America and the Caribbean, the problem is not the absence of capital, but the perception of risk and the lack of adequate structures and in projects that are bankable. And when we talk about innovative financial situation, it is important to emphasize that innovation does not only refer to financial instruments, but how we design inclusive financial products that for areas that have been excluded from this. 70 million people live in rural zones, and in many countries, the rural poverty exceeds 40% with very high gaps versus the urban zones. And at the same time, obviously, small producers continue to face a significant gap of access to financing, especially family agriculture and small small enterprises. But, there are 3 risks: the growing climate risk in 2023, extreme events generated losses over $23 million in the region, volatility of market prices, especially in the geopolitical context that we're going through, and high transaction costs when we talk about small, dispersed producers. And that's why financial innovation does not only consist on creating new instruments, but to rather restructure the risk in a better way and to allocate it to who has a better condition to manage it. A specific example for Brazil, the project that is being implemented with support of FIDA in the northeast of Brazil. We're providing support to a structure where we combine resources from FIDA, from the Green Fund for Climate, financing from the VDEs, local public banking that has been mentioned before by Dr. Torero, and contributions to beneficiaries. This investment, which is of $300 million, will benefit approximately 1 million individuals in Brazil. And this investment is not tied to what each instrument provides separately, but to the financial architecture. 1, professionalization and the organization of producers, which undertakes part of the transaction risks with a stable characteristic. In concession, it absorbs part of the climate risk. Public banking provides scale and financing at a long term, and climate financing allows us to include practices that are resilient and that reduce future exposure. So when the risk is distributed in a transparent, predictable way, capital enters with a greater horizon and premium. Now, reducing risk is only part of the challenge. The other part is that many financial products are not designed based on the real reality. And if we indicate the case of a cocoa or coffee producer that maybe does not have a title holding of the land or certifications, and if they go to the traditional banking system that will require some type of certification, they will not be accepted in that system. And therefore, to close that gap, we require to redesign products. First, these instruments have to take into consideration the reduction of the risk with partial guarantees, agricultural insurance, climate coverage mechanisms. Second, the credit that it is adapted to productive cycles with grace periods aligned to the harvest. And third, financial mechanisms, collective financial mechanisms, have to allow the reduction of the transaction cost. For example, in Peru, Avance Rural project that included 300 plus producers and unions, savings and credit cooperatives that allowed to expand access to financing. But the important thing, as I mentioned, it's not only a matter of credit, but to turn that organization into economic and financial capacity, expanding productive capacities, inclusion of women, youth, indigenous communities. This change in the relationship between the financial system and the small producers. And also these financial solutions have to combine productive opportunities, creating better conditions for private participation. An interesting example is what we're designing in Dominican Republic, where investment for irrigation, it combines technical assistance, strengthening of production organizations of producers to generate scale and access to financing through public banking for development. The establishment of irrigation infrastructure and the use of technology in an efficient way. This reduces productive variability, mitigates climate risk, and the solutions allow to consolidate the supply, and financing facilitates productive investment. When these elements are articulated, there's a virtuous cycle that is created that allows the small producers to articulate and participate in more sophisticated value chains. For example, in Eureka, restaurants and hotels, which are a very important sector of tourism for Dominican Republic. So in summary, to mobilize investment towards inclusive agri-food systems, this is not something that only depends on investment, but we have to develop alliances between and position public banking and private capital. And when we achieve this architecture, we not only mobilize capital, we mobilize productive transformation, economic inclusion, and territorial resilience. Thank you very much.
Agradecemos la intervención.
We thank Rocio Medina, Regional Director of FIDA, for her intervention. We now invite Mr. Ignacio Lorenzo, Director of Technical Advisory of Biodiversity and Climate of the Development Bank of Latin America, CAF, for his presentation. Thank you, Ignacio. Thank you all very much. Good afternoon. CAF last year presented its new agricultural prosperity strategy at the regional headquarters of the FAO and with the Minister of Chile and Uruguay. This new strategy proposes to become the regional driver to strengthen the agricultural activity in the region with as a solution of many problems, such as the production of food and food security. And it seeks to position the transition towards agricultural, sustainable, resilient, and regenerative production with an increase in productivity and of greater value in the chain, sustainable and regenerative. Also, the strategy proposes the availability of all the offer of financing of CAF through all the investment sectors, primary production, and also energy, logistics, road infrastructure, knowledge, integration to markets, and digitalizing. It provides a comprehensive view towards rural and agricultural production under a comprehensive vision of prosperity. CAF also brings the whole range of products, loans based on policies and results, financing to public and private institutions, patrimonial aspects, investment projects, innovative instruments, blended finance, debt swap, etc., and $500 million accumulation to 2030, duplicating financing of CAF to the sector during the coming 5 years, based on what's done during the last 15. What examples are we working on that can serve today's debate, in particular on how to close this investment gap and service small producers, rural women, youth, indigenous peoples, and Afro populations in a better way? For example, in Ecuador last year, we approved a loan based on policies for $175 million based on the public policies for agriculture together with the Ministry of Agriculture of Ecuador, including aspects such as agricultural policies and the organic law for agrobiodiversity, seeds, and the promotion for sustainable development, and defense of family and peasantry development, and intersectoral agricultural development for women. And in the case of blended finance, for Chile, Ecuador, Peru, and Panama, we've established credit lines, concessions for $150 million of green blended finance, local financial constructions for SMEs, particularly in a program that has a gender approach. And in the eligible priorities, we have the agricultural sector and mitigation measures in primary production and in agri-food value chains. These concessional financing that should reach these concessions, and in micro SMEs, we have to adopt these new practices for the reduction of emissions. And this is also a very clear example of how an MDB where we currently have programs for the size of a country can directly reach the different institutions and the different programs. We're also working with the FAO for dairy products, and also for the development of blended finance products, cooperatives, private institutions, enterprises. Another example is with Mercosur in Chile, where in the framework of REAF, the specialized family production, and in ICA for $30 million of donations, we're developing a technical cooperation program for small, vulnerable production families and sustainable development based on the diversity of the production and the development of ecosystems. We are now learning lessons on how to work from a financial point of view, for example, in guarantees to expand access to credit, regenerative livestock, microcredit programs, payment for environmental services, and carbon. Also, with several countries in Central America, we're working on coffee. An example of this has been the program in Honduras for $100 million. It implies direct transfer, technical assistance in the coffee sector. Also, irrigation in Bolivia. We were there last week with President Paz and his whole team, and we're reaching an accumulated investment of over $500 million in irrigation at a small scale to increase production. This allows us to identify some key lessons. First, the need to increase financing by international financial institutions, and also do this in a comprehensive way. Second, the MDBs. By having a financial offer that is very broad, we can work on this integrated offer and work on the diverse financial investment. And also the importance that this assistance should reach the families through these programs. And finally, relevance and the diversity environmental agenda that can help us not only improve practices, but also include new financing through green blended finance or global scale programs as well. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, estimado Ignacio.
Thank you very much, dear Ignacio. Allow me to ask Mr. Elives, economist of the World Bank, to accompany us with his presentation. Go ahead.
Thank you so much for inviting the World Bank to this panel, and congratulations to the FAO for the hand-in-hand initiative. I would like to talk about a very complementary initiative that we have at the World Bank, AgriConnect, which was announced at the annual meetings in October. So first of all, why do we have AgriConnect? So in the next kind of 10 to 15 years, there's going to be many more young people going into working age, reaching working age than the jobs that are going to be created in that time frame. And hence, more and better jobs, the creation of more and better jobs is key to achieve our mission of achieving a world free of poverty on a livable planet. So we would like to achieve that through 3 pillars. First of all, it's creating the foundations. That means basically the infrastructure, the physical, the human infrastructure, also the natural capital. Second is creating a business-friendly environment, so all kind of the regulations. And third is helping businesses scale. So as the Director General said, it's about mobilizing private capital. To do that, to achieve that, the World Bank identified 5 sectors that can really create more and better jobs, and agribusiness is one of them. So agribusiness aims to support 300 million family farmers. 300 million, this is basically out of the 500 family farmers worldwide, in order to transform this smallholder farming at scale and leverage the agri-food sector to create these more and better jobs. So from this 300 million, we would like to support ourselves 200 million and our developing partners another 100 million. We would also like to increase the financing to agriculture from currently 4.5 billion from the World Bank Group to 9 billion per year in 2030. We would like to scale impact by building supportive job ecosystems. That means providing access to markets, finance, inputs, knowledge, and technology. And what we really would like to do is building on the experiences that we have, but really do things differently. Build new and innovative ways that can have such as digital innovations, new aggregation models between co-ops and SMEs, and also larger firms, anchor firms, new instruments to de-risk agriculture and crowding in financing, as well as tailored policy reforms to address barriers for private investments. Internally, we will also work as a one World Bank group together with our private sector arm IFC, with MIGA, who provides guarantees. So at the regional level, we have identified 3 anchor programs. The first one is agri-finance, which includes all the expansion of access to finance, de-risking agriculture, crowd-in private capital, and climate finance. The second anchor program is agri-trade and market access. This basically to increase the regional trade, mostly between neighbors, etc., with rural infra, logistics, but also the new aggregation models that I mentioned before. And the third anchor program is about ag, tech, and practices, which includes all the skills agenda, the physical infra, natural capital, the digital foundations, repurposing climate smart to more climate smart practices, and also financing and the ag tech ecosystem. So at the country level, we have basically started with first mover countries. We have 4 of them: Brazil, Ecuador, Jamaica, and Mexico, where we started. And we'll start soon also with the second mover countries, which are Guatemala, Uruguay, Guyana, Honduras, El Salvador, Peru, Bolivia, Dominican Republic, and Colombia. But of course, we are happy then to work with all of you. And so if you're interested, please contact the World Bank office in your countries. We will hear, and I will just end here, that we will have our launch of AgriConnect Brazil on Monday, March 9. In Brazil, it will have a large focus on the north and northeast, and focus on de-risking family farming, enhancing add-value chains and agro-logistics, and digitizing agro-services. Thank you.
Muchas más gracias, estimado Eli. Vamos a pedir ahora pueda participar.
Okay, now we are going to ask Honorable Minister Floyd Green from Jamaica. Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. And let me thank the Director General for his intervention earlier. I think it's very important that we move from talk to action. And I think that the FAO has taken those decisive steps with the hand-in-hand initiative. Firstly, I also want to thank the countries who would have reached out to Jamaica after Hurricane Melissa. As you know, we suffered tremendous devastation to our agricultural sector, and a number of our Latin American and Caribbean friends would have provided some support, and I want to use this platform to just express my appreciation. We have implemented a number of national strategies to see how we can align national finance
with our agri-food systems. It is a perennial challenge, especially for small island economies. But one of the things that we've done locally is to firstly ensure that our national plans, our national development plans, our Vision 2030 plan in Jamaica, and our medium-term socio-economic policy framework, all of that incorporate and aligns agriculture, not as a standalone sector, but as the driver of economic growth, as a driver for climate resilience, and as a driver for social stability. We've also adapted that model on the regional level with our CARICOM 25 by 25 plus 5 regional security initiative, which elevates the position of agriculture and ensure that we're actively looking at agricultural financial strategies, climate smart agriculture in public investment planning. But it's important that our governments ensure that agriculture is seen as bankable by making deliberate long-term investments. And we've been doing that through irrigation and water harvesting, farm road infrastructure, and working with our development banks to support blended financing mechanisms. Also, strengthening extension services to improve productivity and financial accountability. To give you some direct strategies, our Development Bank of Jamaica has introduced a credit enhancement facility, which enables our farmers to, without traditional collateral, to get some direct financial support. We've also targeted specific areas, for example, our poultry loan product through the Development Bank of Jamaica that has seen over the last decade a 40% increase in our poultry production, making Jamaica self-sufficient in poultry. We're targeting high-valued areas. So, for example, Development Bank of Jamaica would have provided $43 million, that's Jamaican dollars, to target strawberry production by introducing high-tech climate control greenhouses for our strawberry farmers so that ultimately we can produce that high-value crop. We're also working with the DBJ and our extension services to introduce a loan-ready training program so that ultimately our farmers, especially our small farmers, will have the paperwork ready so that they can access loans through our financial institutions. We have seen through the FAO the critical need for geospatial planning. And as such, we're using these GIS and remote sensing and spatial data analysis in how we do our projects. In fact, our Essex Valley project is something where we use geospatial planning to determine what's the best area to put in irrigation, what will bring greater productivity, what is the underground water resources. And we've come together with our regional partners to craft a hand-in-hand initiative plan that focuses on irrigation support and focuses on access to irrigation. In the case of Jamaica, in an area called New Pen, but we're partnering with Barbados and Grenada to bring that project through the FAO hand-in-hand system, and we're hoping that with entities like CAF, the World Bank, that we will get some financing for those programs. So in conclusion, Chair, just to say we do believe that there are still gaps in our financing system, and we do believe that the FAO can help us design innovative microfinancing models that will help in small island developing states to ensure that our national priorities are aligned with agricultural financing. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister Floyd. Permítanme
Allow me now to give the floor to the Ambassador of Barbados, Mrs. Tonika Selly Thompson. Thank you. I will be speaking English, but if you allow me, Mr. Chair, I'd like to thank the organizers and the hosting country and express my gratitude for all the discussions that we've had during lunch, because I think that this is a very enriching experience. I'm not an expert in this area. I'm the ambassador, and I have the honor of living here in Brazil, and I'd also like to welcome the colleagues from the Caribbean, because it is very important for us to have the opportunity to come together and to talk. So thank you.
And thank all of the technicians that do contribute to us becoming stronger at representing the realities of our country. But I will do my speech in English. And again, just really hope that this leads to work, concrete work that can be implemented. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, disculpe, I stand before you today representing a nation like Jamaica of beaches, coral reefs, and fertile fields. But I also represent a nation on the front line of a crisis that we did not create. For Barbados and our fellow small island developing states, climate change is not a distant projection, it's existential, it's something that we live every day. It's the hurricane that destroys our fishing boats, it's the drought that kills our crops, and it is the unseasonal rain that floods our fields. And I'll pause here as I look into the eyes of colleagues from the IDB and World Bank to say thank you for all that you do in collaboration with our leaders to ensure that we're able to mitigate and adapt to these things. I want to share the experience of Barbados. There's 3 that have been provided to me, in which I have the honor to share with you. And I want to start and pick up where the Honorable Minister from Jamaica and a colleague who before presented spoke about. We treat it as a transversal problem. We have something called the Roofs to Reefs program. It is a single unifying platform for climate resilience. This might sound like an environmental policy, but it's fundamentally an agri-food policy. By placing water security, ecosystem restoration, and infrastructure under one integrated framework, we ensure that every dollar we raise for climate finance adaptation is automatically assessed for its impact on food systems. So money isn't coming in without being thought about in a very deep and existential way. When we seek financing for coastal restoration, we do so knowing that the mangroves are nurseries, for fisheries. The second measure that Barbados implemented was governance. Barbados created the BIM implementation modality, and the theme here is transversality. What is the Barbados implementation modality? It's the institutional engine that forces cross-sectoral collaboration. It allows us to structure, in practice, this means that our Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Agriculture, and Ministry of Environment jointly design investment pipelines alongside international partners. It also allows us to structure blended finance solutions. A grant, for example, from one partner can be applied to, for example, a grant from one partner can absorb the early risk of a new technology, such as solar-powered irrigation, while concessional loans help us to scale the technology across the sector. And a third measure that I can share, by the way, I can share this speech in English, Portuguese, and Spanish. The third measure that we have is something called a BATRAS project. I'll take a moment to thank our funders, CAF. But the BATRAS, Barbados Accelerating Transition to Climate Resilient Agri-Food Systems, we've operationalized this entire transversal approach. And it's implemented with FAO and supported by international climate finance. It is a tangible manifestation of what I'm talking about. To cut this short and to really say, I would like to end with a provocation. And I would like to end with something that we've been talking about. What if across Latin America, particularly in the global south and the countries in here, the Caribbean countries, for example, we started to apply this to think more transversally. So instead of thinking just about what Barbados or Jamaica, and you've heard many examples, but this is really an appeal to the region and to those of us who truly believe in South-South collaboration, to take this towards more cooperation, more integration, more leveraging of economies of scale. And with that, I'll thank you and offer to send what really has good information in it with thanks to the organizers.
Muchas gracias, embajadora.
Thank you, Ambassador. Esteemed ambassadors, ministers, and representatives, we have very little time. At 4:30, we will have the regional launch of the International Year of the Woman Farmer. So we have very little time left. We'd like to give the floor to representative from some of the countries here today, and then a brief break. We'll be back at 4:30 for the launch of the International Year of the Woman Farmer. The country delegations representatives now have the floor. If anyone would like to add anything, say something, please let us know. Raise your hand. Secretary? I don't see any countries requesting the floor. Yes. We're going to prioritize country representatives. Are there any country representatives who wish to speak? I see something, but I can't see it from here. I can't read it from here. What country? We can't see a representative from? And then we will, you have the floor? And no, also a microphone. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. On behalf of the General Secretary of the Central American Integration System at this important regional conference, for the General Secretariat, this dialogue space is a strategic opportunity to reaffirm that these systemic challenges require systemic responses. And for us, integration is our most powerful tool to confront the number of challenges that we're facing and vulnerabilities in our region, in our agri-food systems. As part of the hand-in-hand initiative, which is a process that has been growing stronger since 2022 and is a tangible example of what we can do, and in strategic in investment and multi-actor cooperation, we would like to address or talk about some of the most important milestones. Success of any initiative depends on political goodwill, and given that, in the 57th meeting of heads of state was a wonderful opportunity. This is not just a process, but allowed us to broaden participation from 4 to 8 countries. In the face of what we are facing right now, there has been excellent coordination of strategies with the World Bank, FAO, and other supporters, Embrapa in Brazil, and other co-actors that have helped us focus more on the region, improving scientific evidence and best practices. Of course, resource mobilization has allowed us to improve in climate risk zonifications, mapping out soils, working with national research institutions and rural cooperatives to improve and find integrated water and soil solutions. The added value, our added value in this initiative, the added value of SICA is that we offer something, we are critical support with hand-in-hand with the hand-in-hand initiative, coordination. We generate regional goods. We support South-South cooperation, and we help support policies for mobilizing resource investment in the region. So this is a call to the FAO so that it continues to expand and accelerates collaboration. The SICA region would love to continue with this collaboration in the face of food security challenges in the region. Thank you so much for giving me the space to talk. Thank you very much, Secretary. Dear delegates, esteemed delegates, we have a very little time. See, Paraguay, Colombia, and UNEP, Paraguay, Colombia, and UNEP. Thank you to the panelists for their experiences. This hand-in-hand initiative, which Paraguay is part of, and in our dairy value chains, we have been investing to the supply chains so that we can improve rural investments. And we are convinced that improving public spending efficiency is the best road forward. It's not just resources, but we need to work with coordination, quality, and strategic financing. In terms of climate financing, we need to separate voluntary financing from required financing. Often, sustainable and performance metrics focus on traceability that are not that sometimes make it more difficult to obtain credit. Reorienting should look at local investment needs. So thank you to FAO for the report has been submitted. Please focus on small farmers, and in next communications, please include the perspectives of all countries in vulnerability, including countries, developing countries. Thank you very much. Note has been taken. Thank you for your intervention. Paraguay, Colombia, the floor is yours. I will be brief. We would like to thank the panelists for this discussion. Colombia focuses its funding policy and financing policy on human right to food. And with that, we have established a supply system, an agri-food supply system as strategic with investment of $718 billion, pesos, from now till 2031 for new technologies, for production diversity, and to strengthen market access. The core of our policy is family farming and community farming, which accounts for 60% of agricultural production in our country and 60% of the food consumed in our country. The result of this vision, we've been following along, because in 2024, the agricultural sector grew 8%, which is the greatest growth rate in over 8 years. Colombia is part of the hand-in-hand initiative and has been taking part since 2022 because it uses evidences and regional leadership with strategic investment. And this is exactly what we need. We need investment that is data-based and territorial-focused and structurally oriented. We are also honored to have organized the second international conference on agrarian reform and rural development with a declaration with the call to action is equitable access to land, water, and natural resources as absolutely critical for the fight against hunger and peace building. We'd like to thank you for this initiative, which offers a platform for us to make progress. Thank you very much. We work together with everyone because hunger doesn't wait, climate change waits for no one, and our commitments in the second conference, ICAR plus 20, with rural communities in the region also cannot wait. This is urgent. Thank you very much, Colombia, for your intervention. We will now end with the United Nations Environment Program.
Hola, bueno, muchas gracias por la palabra.
Thank you very much for us. The UNEP also agrees with the report that was submitted. I would just quickly just to go over three main messages. public financing being aligned with social and environmental needs is absolutely critical for overcoming poverty and hunger in Argentina. Rural credit continues to be one of the public policy tools that is most useful for governments. In Brazil alone, $100 billion are invested, which is the greatest public financing numbers in the country's history. This can be mutually proven, and we can improve income, climate resilience, and protection of biodiversity, ensuring that agricultural production is both sustainable and inclusive. Establishing evidence-based policies is absolutely critical and lends legitimacy. The elementary data from the UNEP in Brazil shows that 91% of people who benefit from rural credit in the country account for just 4.6% of the environmental impact from climate change. This evidence shows the importance of establishing eligibility criteria to ensure a just transition. And balancing social and environmental needs is absolutely critical for sustainable growth. Equitable access to growth is absolutely critical because this can negatively affect small farmers, family farmers, and put environmental and exacerbate environmental risks. A differentiated and gradual focus allows the government to have safeguards and minimize the undesired social consequences. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your intervention. We'd like to Mr. Reyna for the surgeon and Maximo Torrero for your participation, and all the panelists for your participation today. Esteemed delegates, in the foyer we will have coffee, which is offered by Brazil's Ministry of Health. Coffee has been prepared according to the food guides for Brazilian population. It prioritizes healthy regional production. It is socially just and focuses on environmental preservation. Enjoy, and please come back punctually in 20 minutes for the special event, which is the regional launch of the International Year of the Woman Farmer 2026. We'll be back again at 4:30. Thank you very much.